Reminding us I could stare like watching stars. I could walk you by an hotel without a thought. You'd be mine, but you're mine. If I took your hand tonight, now you're all that I want inside. Imagine me falling around on the wonderful like skies with you. I think I'll pictures with the waves, the ocean's colors, my face. I'll leave my hunger with your hand, so let me fly with you. Will you be forever with me? My love will always stay by you. I'll keep it safe, so don't you worry a thing. I'll tell you I love you more. It's stuck with you forever, so promise you won't let it go. I'll trust 'cause universe will always bring me to you. Imagine fell in love on that wonderful skies with you. I think I'll pictures you with the waves, the ocean's colors and my defense. I'll leave my hunger with your hand, so let me fly with you. Will you be forever with me? I think because I'm with you, you're the only one who's making life. So how can I take it? It's a day for you. Lately, life's so boring. I've been watching Netflix all day long. I thought there would be no things left to watch, so I let myself out. Mhm. When I went to the park, collides, you were breathless, hating ways, we chase month, we already know that we'll be together, be together. Come on, take me there. I'm with you. You're the only one who makes me. So how can I take baby, sexy for you. Fit in the morning, you in the sun. There's a burn in your eyes. Pretty face, I think I'm in love. How soon the poor recognize your face with smiles and I find a way. How true my take me where I'm with you. You're the only one that makes me. So how can my day be bad? It's a day for you. My take me there. I'm with you. You're the only one that makes me. So how can I say best since they for you? But hello, you're kind of, but please call me down. It's something. It's toxic for the thrill of it. Bad news, but until she's all mine. I chase that dragon all the time. She knows that early and gives me up and she's gone again. Why? I stick around just for the high. You're touching my favorite drug. Eating for freedom. For you. You sweetest. You say you'll be the I know there's a such thing as a fever. When it comes to you, not to pay the price. Don't be caught wide open, girl, I'm bleeding. I don't know, I still need it. So kiss me and put me to sleep tonight. You're my favorite drug. Needing for a fake love. And me up. To you. You need you in my ways. I hope it's me euphoria. Euphoria. I try to walk away, 'cause if I stay, it doesn't make. I take big heaven, I'm in you, you're the only swing life. So how can I take it? It's a day for you. Lately, life's so boring. I've been watching Netflix all day long. I thought that
Have you ever envisioned your future? How will you make it happen? Higher education serves as a bridge to address your concerns. Shaping thousands of alumni and conducting research activities that address global issues for almost 4 decades has made Universitas One Madewa the leading private university in Bali. Universitas One Madewa is committed to quality education and research that are relevant to the dynamics of global development. Universitas One Madewa was established amidst the diversity of traditions, arts, culture, and the world-renowned beauty of nature. It was named after the first king of Bali, Ida Sri Kesariwan Madewa, who instilled 7 values of life, known as Sabta Bayu, which serve as the guiding ethos for the whole academic community. As a prepared campus to compete globally, Universitas One Madewa consistently innovates, expands its wings to collaborate both domestically and internationally, and upholds the three dharma, three main purposes of higher education as a form of social responsibility to society. Universitas Warmadewa serves as a platform for various students' activities aimed at encouraging students to explore their interests and talents, thereby fostering achievements and contributions to the community and environment. Adhering to a student-based learning approach and focusing on problem solving, the learning system provides freedom of expressions to nurture students' creativity and innovation. Implementing excellent services and supported by complete and comfortable learning facilities, as well as competent teaching staff, makes Universitas Warmadewa the most preferred private university in Bali. This serves as a solid foundation for students to pursue their aspirations and become part of growing and competitive academic community. Together with Universitas Warmadewa, let's design the future. Have you ever envisioned your future? How will you make it happen? Higher education serves as a bridge to address your concerns. Shaping thousands of alumni and conducting research activities that address global issues for almost 4 decades has made Universitas Warmadewa the leading private university in Bali. Universitas Warmadewa is committed to quality education and research that are relevant to the dynamics of global development. Universitas Warmadewa was established amidst the diversity of traditions, arts, culture, and the world-renowned beauty of nature. It was named after the first king of Bali, Ida Sri Kesari Warmadewa, who instilled 7 values of life, known as Sabta Bayu, which serve as the guiding ethos for the whole academic community. As a prepared campus to compete globally, Universitas Warmadewa consistently innovates, expands its wings to collaborate both domestically and internationally, and upholds the three main purposes of higher education as a form of social responsibility to society. Universitas Warmadewa serves as a platform for various students' activities aimed at encouraging students to explore their interests and talents, thereby fostering achievements and contributions to the community and environment. Adhering to a student-based learning approach and focusing on problem solving, the learning system provides freedom of expressions to nurture students' creativity and innovation. Implementing excellent services and supported by complete and comfortable learning facilities, as well as competent teaching staff, makes Universitas Warmadewa the most preferred private university in Bali. This serves as a solid foundation for students to pursue their aspirations and become part of growing and competitive academic community. Together with Universitas Warmadewa, let's design the future. Have you ever envisioned your future? How will you make it happen? Higher education serve as a bridge to address your concerns. Shaping thousands of alumni and conducting research activities that address global issues for almost 4 decades has made Universitas Wanmadewa the leading private university in Bali. Universitas Wanmadewa is committed to quality education and research that are relevant to the dynamics of global development. Universitas Wanmadewa was established amidst the diversity of traditions, arts, culture, and the world-renowned beauty of nature. It was named after the first king of Bali, Ida Sri Kesari Wanmadewa, who instilled 7 values of life known as Sabtabayun, which serve as the guiding ethos for the whole academic community. As a prepared campus to compete globally, Universitas Wanmadewa consistently innovates, expands its wings to collaborate both domestically and internationally, and upholds the three main purposes of higher education as a form of social responsibility to society. Universitas Wanmadewa serves as a platform for various students' activities aimed at encouraging students to explore their interests and talents, thereby fostering achievements and contributions to the community and environment. Adhering to a student-based learning approach and focusing on problem solving, the learning system provides freedom of expressions to nurture students' creativity and innovation. Implementing excellent services and supported by complete and comfortable learning facilities, as well as competent teaching staff, makes Universitas Wanmadewa the most preferred private university in Bali. This serves as a solid foundation for students to pursue their aspirations and become part of growing and competitive academic community. Together with Universitas Wanmadewa, let's design the future. Have you ever envisioned your future? How will you make it happen? Higher education serves as a bridge to address your concerns. Shaping thousands of alumni and conducting research activities that address global issues for almost 4 decades has made Universitas Wanmadewa the leading private university in Bali. Universitas Wanmadewa is committed to quality education and research that are relevant to the dynamics of global development. Universitas Wanmadewa was established amidst the diversity of traditions, arts, culture, and the world-renowned beauty of nature. It was named after the first king of Bali, Ida Sri Kesari Wanmadewa, who instilled 7 values of life known as Sabtabayun, which serve as the guiding ethos for the whole academic community. As a prepared campus to compete globally, Universitas Wanmadewa consistently innovates, expands its wings to collaborate both domestically and internationally, and upholds the three main purposes of higher education as a form of social responsibility to society. Universitas Warmadewa serves as a platform for various students' activities aimed at encouraging students to explore their interests and talents, thereby fostering achievements and contributions to the community and environment. Adhering to a student-based learning approach and focusing on problem solving, the learning system provides freedom of expressions to nurture students' creativity and innovation. Implementing excellent services and supported by complete and comfortable learning facilities as well as competent teaching staff makes Universitas Warmadewa the most preferred private university in Bali. This serves as a solid foundation for students to pursue their aspirations and become part of growing and competitive academic community. Together with Universitas Warmadewa, let's design the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the opening ceremony momentarily. Please kindly take your seats and pay attention to our short video information.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Teknik dan Perencanaan Universitas Warmadewa. Dalam upaya menciptakan lingkungan kerja dan belajar yang aman serta nyaman, Fakultas Teknik dan Perencanaan berkomitmen menerapkan sistem manajemen keselamatan dan kesehatan kerja secara menyeluruh. Saat ini, Anda berada di kawasan gedung Auditorium Ajna Dewi Universitas Warmadewa. Perlu diketahui bahwa area ini merupakan zona bebas asap rokok. Kami mengimbau Anda untuk selalu menjaga kebersihan lingkungan dan membuang sampah pada tempat yang telah disediakan. Fasilitas toilet tersedia dan mudah dijangkau di luar area auditorium. Toilet pria terletak di sisi kiri, sedangkan toilet wanita berada di sisi kanan gedung. Kebersihan fasilitas ini dijaga untuk kenyamanan semua pengunjung dan sivitas akademika. Ada dua situasi darurat yang mungkin terjadi di area ini, yaitu kebakaran dan gempa bumi. Jika terjadi kebakaran, harap tetap tenang dan tidak panik. Sistem deteksi asap di dalam gedung akan secara otomatis mengaktifkan alarm kebakaran. Jika terdeteksi adanya asap, sprinkler akan mengeluarkan air di titik api. Bila api masih dapat dikendalikan, Anda dapat menggunakan alat pemadam api ringan yang tersedia di sekitar area auditorium. Jika terjadi gempa bumi, segera lakukan langkah keselamatan dengan metode drop, cover, and hold. Jatuhkan badan, hidung kepala, dan bertahan hingga guncangan berhenti. Hindari berdiri di dekat jendela, tembok, atau di bawah benda-benda yang dapat jatuh. Setelah kondisi dinyatakan aman, lakukan evakuasi dengan tertib. Jangan menggunakan lift. Gunakan tangga darurat dan selalu lindungi kepala saat duduk. Segera menuju titik kumpul yang telah ditentukan di area luar gedung Fakultas Teknik dan Perencanaan Universitas Warmadewa. Demikian informasi keselamatan dan tanggap darurat yang berlaku di lingkungan Gedung Auditorium Ajna Dewi. Untuk keamanan dan kenyamanan bersama, mari patuhi semua peraturan yang berlaku serta hindari tindakan yang dapat menimbulkan gangguan dan kerusakan. Salam safety.
Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Namo Buddhaya, salam sejahtera, and warm greetings to everyone. Good morning and welcome to the second day of the Warmandewa University International Conference on Architecture, Civil and Environmental Engineering 2025. Today we will start with more keynote speeches and are honored to have another lineup of international speakers. Since our conference is hybrid, please note we have other participants joining us online via Zoom that can also join in the discussion. Before we start the first keynote session of the day, we would like to kindly thank our sponsors again for their support. SunPower Ceramics, Lab Teknik Sipil Universitas Warmadewa, Kopi Paste, Phoenix Construction, and PT Cakrawala, Indah International. For our first keynote session, please allow me to introduce our speakers. Professor Muhammad Zairul from Al Faisal University, Saudi Arabia, and Associate Professor Caroline Ellison from University of South Australia. With our moderator for this session, the head of the Architecture Department of Universitas Warmadewa, Inyoman Gede Mahaputra, PhD. For the moderator, we would like to kindly invite you to the stage.
Thank you, Arya, for the introductions and welcome everyone to the second day of this conference. Today we have two speakers. They are my good friends. Good morning, Caroline. Good morning, Prof. Cyril from Australia and Malaysia. And they will give us a speech on the expertise today. And I do hope that all of us can learn a lot from these two prominent speakers. Please join me here on stage. And then, although I know you for quite some time, but I still don't know in detail, so I need the printout of your CVs. Okay, the first one's Associate Professor Caroline Ellison. We work on several projects since maybe 3-4 years ago, from community services with people with disabilities, and now we are doing collaborative research also on similar issues, but not the same. We are trying to approach the government. She is the program director of Bachelor of Social Science in Aging and Disability in UniSA, University of South Australia, with soon will join the Adelaide University, so it will become the biggest university in Australia, or maybe in Asia Pacific, I don't know. She's a social scientist. She loves working with people, with aging community, but also trying to push equality from the political sides. Professor Caroline Ellison, everyone. And the second one, he's also my good friend. Moved from Kuala Lumpur now to Saudi Arabia, Professor Muhammad Zairul. You are now in Al Faisal University in Saudi Arabia, right? He is formerly lecturer in UPM in Kuala Lumpur. He's very active in publications and won many research grants. And I'm following him in ResearchGate, in Google Scholars, everywhere. So it's time you publish something new. The notification came to my email. So that's why I know that you publish many papers. He also get numerous awards doing teaching and supervisions in architecture design studio apart from his activities in doing research. He's invited to many keynote speakers. I think you are also talking in Pakistan, in some part of South Asia recently, like last year. Yogyakarta, in Yogyakarta, and now you are in Bali. Welcome again to Bali because you have visited us when this building is under construction. Okay, Professor Muhammad Sairul, everyone. Thank you. We will start not so formally. We make it casual, like a podcast, maybe like a talk in television. So because if we make it formally, then we will be a bit nervous. As we discussed earlier. Who will start first? Colin or ladies first? You wear traditional, I'm wearing so you with the opposite. It's Thursday. Yeah. So every week you buy new kebaya? Because every time, yeah. Okay, you have many kebayas. Please.
Oh, yeah, here we are. So thank you very much, everyone. I'm incredibly humbled and honoured to be here. I've been coming to Bali for about 10 years. In 2015, through a Department of Foreign Affairs in Australia program, I met a range of professionals across Indonesia who were working for the Ministry of Social Affairs or for Yayasan. I met Pak Latra, who is the founder of Puspati Bali here in Bali. That is a yayasan that supports people living with disabilities here in Bali. And we formed a friendship and a partnership, and 10 years later, I have a wardrobe full of kebaya. And I'm here doing a research project in collaboration with Wamajiwa looking at access to pura for people with physical disabilities. So I've interviewed so far about 25 people, and I'll talk a little bit later about what I found. But what was very profound for me was, as an Australian who identifies as a Balinese Hindu, in Australia there are no pura. So if I pray, I need to pray at home because I have no access to pura. When, in the last 5 years or so, when I come to Bali, as soon as the plane lands, I just want to go to pura to pray. And I could never work out why was, when I pray at home, why when I come to Bali am I so yearning to go to pura? When I started doing the interviews earlier this year, I met people. We cannot access the local pura. We cannot get up the stairs, we cannot get in, or the attitude is, chunta unga. So I said to them, how do they feel? And they said they can pray at home. Family brings them holy water. They can pray in their home, pura. But they miss the community, the belonging, the sense of identity that comes from praying with other people, that it's another spiritual level. And I went, that's me too. That's me. That when I come to Bali, I just want to be part of the belonging, the community, the identity of being a Balinese Hindu. And in Australia, I can't have that. It's another spiritual level. I feel like when I come, and so I could relate to, so my research went from phenomenology to an element of ethnography because I'm embedded in the research. And so, I take a very Heidegger view of phenomenology. I cannot separate myself from the research because it's also a lived experience for me. So most of the participants feel an element of sadness, and some of them cried. about their experiences from childhood where families would go to Pura and just leave them at home. And when the family came home, they'd say, "Where have you been?" And they go, "Well, we went to Pura and it's just too hard to take you." So there's a lot of trauma, and that's not good for people's mental health. Most people with a disability I interviewed were very philosophical. They were like, "Oh, that's just the way it is. We make the best of it." But the good news is there are some Pura here in Bali that are accessible, believe it or not. Just hands up here if you know that there is a Pura in Klungkung that actually has an elevator. I interviewed 25 people with a disability and 24 of them did not know that. Only one knew that because he was the one that told me. And then I told you, and you knew the person that had designed it. So that was interesting. And then when I interviewed one woman from the Indonesian Disabled Women's Association here in Bali, she was telling me about two women that were verbally told in their home Pura not to participate, go away. So they took that all the way to the MDA, your cultural authority on looking after the heritage of culture here, and they said there's actually no spiritual reason to exclude people with a disability. So okay, so now we're getting to the real crux of the issue. Some places in Bali, some Pura, in Kintamani, obviously in Klungkung, in Karanasem, are quite accessible. The other interesting thing is, I'm not a Balinese citizen, so I'm not ethnically Balinese. There is nothing Balinese about my ethnicity. It is very much Anglo-Celtic from Scotland. And yet I go to any Pura in Bali, and I did not know until very recently that I'm supposed to go to the Pura that's linked to my family ancestry. And I went, oops. I've never sought permission to go to any Pura. I just turn up and I go, oh, I'll go and pray. And I've never been turned away. I've never been excluded. So Bali so a lot of Pura can include someone who is a Bule, who is not ancestrally linked to a Pura, and be welcoming, and yet someone with a disability who is Balinese is excluded. Some Pura were very welcoming. They were excellent. Some people's experience is less so, and they feel devalued by having to come in through the side entrance, not being able to make financial contributions. It's just assumed that they cannot or should not make financial contributions. Other people with disabilities are on the leadership committee of their Kampung Pura. So there's extremes from absolute inclusion and accessibility right down to shame and stigma. So keep your eye out. It's now Pak Gaday's turn to go and talk to the provincial government and to some of the Kampung management, the Pura management, about their perspective. What's their experience? Then we hope to combine the two. What's that got to do with you? Well, it's got to do with you as engineers, as architects and computer people, because you design and build Pura. And while most Pura in Bali are very ancient and, there are new Pura being built and there are Pura being renovated and upgraded. And so you need to be thinking about everybody in the community and about access. Simple things like some of the people with a disability just wanted handrails so that they could, and so the question was asked, is there a portable handrail that a Pura could install if someone needed it? The steps in a Pura are like, even I in a kabaya, it's actually quite hard to, and Balinese women are much shorter than me. How do they take big steps with a basket on their head up the stairs? So we need to think about safety. So a handrail would not spiritually or aesthetically change the Pura, Things like car parks in Pura. In Besaki, there is a car park at the top, but that's for the VIPs, not for people with a disability. Well, the VIPs can jalan. So how come they get the access and people with disability don't? So, and there's a small number of stairs that could easily be fixed. So what's next for us? Well, when after Pak G'day and I get together and compare his data with my data, we'll come up with a plan. But already I'm feeling like there's no information hub here. So people with a disability, Pura Jagannatha in Denpasar is accessible. I went there with Jigol last time I was here. So, but the other 24 people with a disability besides Jigol that I interviewed did not know about Pura Jagannatha. So there is, from the computer people here, there is a problem that the information for people with a disabilities is not getting out there. So in the same way that people with a disability need access to information about the cyclones that Professor Jason talked about yesterday, information to people, and people with a disability have smartphones and use the internet, and so there's a role there for designers and planners to think about how information is shared. So that's an update on our research. So keep an eye out for the publication on ResearchGate for that one that comes. So is there a clicker? Do you have a? No. So what I'm going to talk about now too is about and I've probably prepared a lot more than I can present today. But I want to talk about accessibility and why I believe it's critical for Bali moving into the is it me? It's me. Technology doesn't like me. Okay. Oh, next. Okay. Okay. So what is inclusion? It's actually a fair representation and involvement of everybody in society. Now, I can talk about a lot of human rights treaties and things that go on for Bali, and nobody listens to me, okay? Even in Australia. The minute I meet with the minister and he goes to sleep, But if I talk about the economic issues, which is what you guys need to do, I talk about what happens if we're not inclusive. What is it going to cost the government, the ministries, if we're not inclusive? And so I talk about 16 to 20% of the world's population lives with a disability. And it's linked to the SDGs, very clearly linked to the SDGs, okay? So these are the things that Indonesia, like Australia, is obligated to be working towards, okay? And there are lots of SDGs that talk about our responsibility to disability. And it's linked to everything, gender, But Bali doesn't have oil or gas or minerals, it has people. Absolutely beautiful, divine people. That's your greatest resource. And if 20% of that resource is not productive because they cannot access things, it's not the fault of the person's disability, it's the fault of us, it's our fault. Because we do not design ways for everybody to be involved. That's a big economic loss to your country and mine. And then when I talk about that, all of a sudden the minister's listening to me. He's very interested in what I have to say. If that 20% of the population is feeling devalued and depressed and not productive, that impacts on their physical and mental health, which costs the health ministry more money. It means we have less productivity. So once again, it's a big economic cost. So I'm not going to go into this too much. You can see it on my PowerPoint. There's real economic issues, and I'm concerned about your children and the future generations of Bali, particularly when tourism is such a big part of what you do. The population is getting older. Around the globe, I've been to many countries, Chile, Argentina, Brazil, many countries in Asia in my career over the last 35 years, and I'm getting older at 62. Tourists will stop coming to Bali as the global population ages unless Bali does something about its accessibility. Because to be honest, friends of mine who have significant physical disabilities and use wheelchairs ask me, Caroline, where should we go in Bali? And I go, don't go to Bali. And it's really, really, really hard for me to say that because you are my second home, but I cannot recommend people come here. Sanur is getting better, although right now the footpaths in Sanur are a nightmare, but I think it's for the greater good. It's very egalitarian. In December, it will be much better. So I've got a lot of evidence here. This is all the human rights evidence about the UN CRPD articles. So Bali wants to make the central government in Indonesia look good. The more accessible you are and you can report that, the more the central government in Jakarta will be happy because they can go back to the UN and say, oh, look at all these wonderful things that we're doing. So what's architects got to do with it? Well, you guys do the building. And I look at this auditorium and go, it's the accessibility is pretty good. There's a lift, there's an accessible toilet. You could easily put a ramp. I was going to ask, the sound acoustics are pretty good for someone with a hearing loss. The lighting is pretty good for someone with limited vision. I'm not sure whether you use hearing loops and stuff here, but it's pretty good. So Bali can do it, and Bali can lead the way in how we do this, and so can Wamadiwa. So why is it important? It's important for your economic future. Also, people with a disability around the world are now also much more employed. So in Australia, our unemployment amongst people with a disability has gone from almost 100% down to 7 or 8%. So people with a disability around the globe are earning money and they are gaining wealth and they want to travel like everybody else does. So, and there are other countries that are recognising this as a that they will outdo Bali. They will make accessible tourism a thing, and I fear for the future of Bali if that happens. So accessible tourism, like beach mats. I meant to put a photo up today, but in Australia, a lot of our beaches now have beach mats, which is like a mat that is rolled out. Your hotels here could store the beach mat at Malasti or Sindhu or wherever. They roll, in the morning they come out and they put the umbrellas out and the chairs out. They could just roll the beach mat out and, have a wheelchair there that can go into the water that people can borrow. It's not complicated. A lot of people ask me, but how do we deal with the fact that people say it's expensive? Well, it's a lie. It's much more expensive to pay the lawsuits when someone hurts themselves. It's much more expensive for the health budget and much more expensive for the productivity of your country when people are not working or coming here. So this is how the accessible tourism links to the SDGs. So, if someone wants to do a research project with me in the future linking the SDGs and accessible tourism in Bali, I'd be happy to. So it's really, there's two reasons for Bali to be more accessible. One is economic and the other is humanity. And Bali has humanity in absolute spades, in buckets full. Don't waste it, okay? Don't waste it. So we want Bali to be a destination that everybody wants to come to, older people, people with disabilities, everybody else. We want it to be somewhere that everyone can come. So by 2030, a lot of countries, which is only 5 years away. So what do we do about some of the existing infrastructure? In Australia, in the province where I live, 25 years ago, the government decided that the public transport, the buses, that it could not, it was actually taken to the High Court, to the Federal Court of Australia, and the gentleman with a disability won, to say that it was his right to be able to catch a bus to work. And the provincial government said, well, we don't have billions of dollars to go out and replace 500 buses overnight. Of course not, that's crazy. So what they did was they set a 20-year plan, and over 20 years, as part of the normal maintenance change, so Bali could do this around its typical infrastructure and construction, maintenance, new building, designed codes to say that, you know, and building regulations to say we need to move towards accessibility. It took 20 years, but now in the province where I live, every bus, every train, every tram is fully accessible. It took 20 years, and it didn't cost any extra money. When the bus broke down and they needed to buy a new one, they made sure the model of bus they bought was accessible. That's what I'm suggesting Bali does. Same with Pura. When there's renovations to Pura, when there's an opportunity to upgrade, make sure that you consult and co-design with people like Puspati Bali and others. People say to me, oh, Caroline, come to my country and look at this and tell us what we need to do. And I go, no. And they go, why? We will pay. I go, no. Talk to the people with a disability who live in your country, and then I will come and help facilitate that conversation. But I don't live in your country. The people with a disability live. And to be honest, with the Pura, if people had asked me what Bali should do, I would have said a lot more radical change needed than what the people with a disability have told us. The people with a disability want minor things that I think are very doable, that will make Pura more accessible for them. I would have said you've got to build ramps and do this, and a lot of the time they say, no, you don't need that. One of the things they talked about was your local kampung police. Your security? Yep. What about we train them to be able to assist? Because people with a disability don't like other people touching their wheelchairs and lifting them, because if it gets broken, it's a big problem. They then can't get it fixed. Also, a number of participants have been tipped out of their wheelchair by people. But what if we educated and trained those people in the kampung to be able to safely manual handle? What if we could get some portable ramps and some things that don't change the aesthetic but improve the accessibility? What if we educated more widely from a spiritual perspective, Mangku and other Pura leadership to be consistent? What if we had a website that told people with a disability where they could go? And so what I'm hoping is to get some funding between us, between Wamadiwa and UDSA and maybe DFAT or someone, we can get some funding to do an audit, to actually pay people with a disability and maybe some of you students to go out for us, and Pakade and I, in consultation with people with a disability, will develop a checklist. You will go out and give us feedback about what's there now and some photos, and we will collate that so that people with a disability can make an informed choice. Can I go to that Pura? Do I want to go to that Pura or not? Okay, so once again, you know, lots of stuff linked to SDGs. The other thing you need here, and I'm going to try not to be controversial, your foreign investment here in Bali. In the 10 years I've been coming here, I've seen a lot of development in places like Canggu and Tabanan out towards Tanalot. And I'm going to be really honest and say I don't think it's always great development. And Bali and Indonesia needs to set building construction regulations and codes and make foreign investors stick to them. You know, I think that's critical in all this, that there needs to be a political voice that says, this is our codes, we want to meet international standards, we want to increase our accessibility. Taking money now and building things that are not accessible is not going to help Bali in 10 years. As a matter of fact, it's going to make things worse. So I think that that's an important one, that Bali needs to advocate for its environment and its infrastructure and waste management and all of that goes with it. So I think there's an urgent need for that kind of review. Yeah, I've put as much information as I can. Co-design, co-creation is critical. You've got some amazing people with a disability here in Bali. You just need to talk to them. And that's really, and architects, civil engineers and computer technology, you are the backbone. You are the future. The power is in your hands. And I really ask you to think about that. I also think in terms of, I don't know about your programs and what's included in your curriculum, but I think as higher education institutions, and I say this to my own institution in every course from architecture to occupational therapy, is that you need to embed greater understanding about universal design, about international standards, and people like me will gladly do webinars for countries on some of that. Okay, so access is a process, and you need to start thinking now, and you need a 2-year plan, a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan, a 20-year plan. Where does Bali want to be? And when people say it's too expensive to do it, your answer, it's too expensive not to do it. The cost to Bali will be too great if we don't.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Caroline. What encouraging morning with your presentations. Yes, we do have research, and I think we can continue next year with what we call as tactical urbanism. If you're familiar with that, we do it in small scale, and we ask people what they comment on that. Just like you said, we make ramp in Pura, and then we put mat on the beach, and we invite people to use it, to give feedback, to use it, and then give feedback.
Accessible rooms
But
and 20 non-accessible. Why don't they just, when you guys design hotel rooms, make them all accessible?
that's the easier way. Yeah, yeah.
You're on the beach at Sonora, you have a great esplanade now. Your footpaths are going to be accessible. That's great, but people with a disability want to go to the beach. And a beach mat costs about 6,000 Australian dollars.
Yeah, not that expensive.
The Intercontinental can afford one.
Very easy. Okay, thank you. Now we before we do the discussions, before we enter the discussion sessions, I know there are some questions from the audience, also from me. We give the space for Zairo. Please, Professor Zairo.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and also Caroline for this opening, I think, speech for this morning. So hopefully it's an eye-opener for all of us. And I think yesterday we talked about a lot of technology. So my topic is about enough of technology. So it's about provoking, rebuilding communities as the core of urban renewal. So actually it's, related to what you're talking. And I'm taking example from Malaysia and also Saudi Arabia. I was I'm now professor in Saudi Arabia, but I'm not Saudis. So some of them say, "Hey, are you Arab?" No, I'm Malay. I'm from Malaysia. I was from UPM, University Putra Malaysia, but now I'm in Saudi. When we communicated before, I was from UPM, but now I'm in Saudi. All right, and this topic I'm gonna talk also in China next week in Hebei. So it's essentially the same thing, because if I talk about technology, China is far much more advanced. Yeah. So no, enough of the technology. Now rebuilding for people and by people, right? Okay, so basically I'm talking about a bit on the, I'll touch a bit about concept and do you have the, yeah. Yeah. Here? This one? Oh, oh. Okay, good. All right, so basically I'll touch a bit about the concept and theory of social innovation, and then the Western participatory frameworks, and Malaysia from Renewal Act to prefab housing, and Saudi Arabia just launched 2 weeks ago, Riyadh 2.0 and Madinity Hubs. What is it all about? And comparative insights and future directions. All right, so I'll start with this. What is social innovation? We're talking about how the community should actually benefits and also contribute. We call it about co-design, co-create of the city. It's not about top down, but it's actually bottom up. So yeah, it's been talk a lot for quite some times. But are we as a community, are we as society being part of it? So that's the question. All right, so as we know, social innovation represent new solutions to social needs that emerge through collaboration. So the keyword is collaboration, co-creation, co-design, all right, and collective action rather than top-down imposition. This is by Richard Daly, 2023. And this approach fundamentally reimagines how cities evolve and adapt to changing. I'm so sorry, I'm a bit under weather. When I came here, it's about raining, and Malaysia is raining. Every day it's like hot in Saudi. Suddenly it's raining here. You know, I just, this is funny. I'm so missed the rain. I sleep with, open up the radio, please, sound of rain. I miss the sound of rain. you know, it's comforting. It's comforting. I can sleep like a baby with some rain. But here, suddenly the rain is torrential. Okay, but it's nice. Okay, okay, social innovation define new solutions to social needs developed through collaboration between citizens, organizations, and government, moving beyond traditional service delivery to transformative change. And we're talking about community resilience as well. The capacity of communities to adapt, reorganize, thrive through challenges by leveraging social capital, networks, and collective intelligence. And what is human-centered integration? Balancing hardware, physical infrastructure and building with mindware, the cultural values, identity, social connections, right? So those are the software of successful urbanism. Okay, cities succeed not when technology dominates, but when social systems evolve organically alongside physical form. And the most sophisticated smart city infrastructure becomes hollow without the human connections, cultural resonance, and collective ownership that give urban spaces meaning and purpose. Right? So we started with the Western roots of participatory planning. So I will also give a context of Saudi and Malaysia, which is quite totally the opposite. So what's actually the elements in this participatory planning is first is the partnership, all right? The shared planning and negotiation is always need to involve the public. Okay, it's not always okay, I want to do this and that. The government said that okay, well, I just been maybe visited several European countries and I decided want to do this, without actually consultation with the public. That's not right. Delegated power, formal transfer of decision authority, and citizen control, top level authority over decisions. Well, if you want to go to the theory, there's a theory from Einstein's ladder starting 1969, and then communicative planning by Haley and Forrester 1999, and 1970 participatory design PD by Scandinavia, and Right to the City Lefebvre in 1968. So I don't want to go to give lecture on this, but you can find this all these important theories. And the evolution of participatory practice. Since 1960s and 70s, citizen agency versus technocratic planning emerges as central tension, and grassroots movement challenge urban renewal project that destroyed neighborhoods. And then Jane Jacobs and other advocate for community voice in development decisions. Okay, so it started from 1960s in the Western, and then up to today, social legitimacy and shared ownership recognized as essential outcomes. Projects succeed when communities feel invested, trust and dialogue understood as the software of effective urban governance. Yeah, I just remember that you say about Pura. The Indonesian is like smaller, but why the step is higher? So maybe this religion, I'm not sure about that, but maybe we have to like revisit Yeah, to make it more accessible. Yeah, perhaps. All right. Okay, and then I just go to the Malaysia's policy shift. Recently, we also introduced Urban Renewal Act, a URA. It's been controversial. Nobody's actually a lot of debates about this. But what I want to highlight is that the efficiency-driven legislation carries inherent dangers. Without robust safeguards, the act risks accelerating gentrification and tenant displacement and repeating mistakes witnessed in actually Singapore, Hong Kong, and Western cities, where renewal became synonymous with exclusion. So you cannot exclude certain communities just because they are poor, or because they are aging, or because they are or whatever, right? So the critical question is that, can Malaysia learn from the West mistakes and build human-centered perfection into renewal legislation from the beginning, rather than retrofitting them after damage is done? There are also few case studies from Malaysia. Back in 1970s, we already introduced industrialized prefab system to make faster, easier, and also within like up to 6 to 8 months, we already completed the house, so that this demarginalized all this marginalized community can relocate to the better house. And in terms of the participatory urban projects in practice, recently we have like three big projects: the Colombo City Plan, Iskandar Malaysia in Johor, neighbor to Singapore, and also NGO mediation. We have organization like Think City. Think City, I think, is the a very active NGO in Malaysia that work also on this inclusivity, and that especially around Kuala Lumpur area, make it accessible for the this I don't call disable, but some people call it universal. Some, what would be the best term now? Universal, yeah, yeah, it's a universal now. All right, and then the process paradigm. Genuine engagement requires sustained dialogue. All right, so these are the keyword. So the dialogue, a project towards a developed country, a dialogue is important to involve the community in the discussion. Okay, I will go to the Saudi Arabia. Now Saudi is the vision is towards 2030. They are building, oh, now they are building this 2 kilometers high tower. That's insane, right? That's insane. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. They're building 1.5 kilometers in Jeddah. Now they're building 2 kilometers in Riyadh. Yeah. Down they're building the foundation. The foundation is like, yeah, it's like, how many deep down? I'm not sure. So, well, I cannot say much. I'm working there. Yeah. I cannot. They are my paymaster. Okay. So I'm just touching on the housing. So 47% starting point home ownership rate when Vision 2030 launched. I just joined them like last month, and since last month they open up the properties for everyone. No more for locals. They are become more international now. In fact, in my university, there 60% is outsiders. It's only 40% is local. Yeah, a lot of them from Europe and from different countries. Um, and 46,000 units delivered. Now, since they are opening to international, a lot of properties is actually bought by the expats and also foreigners. And yeah, this also recently launched this governance transformation. So to ensure that all communities involved they break the municipal into several parts where it goes down into 5 sector offices, because previously it was very hierarchical. You need to go through several stages to reach to the top tier government to make your voice heard. But now they make it easier. You can just go to the office and they said, "Oh, I'm not satisfied with this. Can you like?" And but the thing is, they got money. They have money. So well, they can just. I can see that the development or the evolution is like, from within like 2 to 3 weeks, the place can change just like that, just as simple as that. So all right, so we go through that. This before is very centralized, highly centralized municipal governance, concentrated decision making within single administrative entry. All planning approvals, service delivery, and development permits flow through central bureaucracy. While ensuring coordination, this structure created bottlenecks, reduced responsiveness to local conditions, and limited resident input mechanism. And distance between decision makers and affected communities hindered contextual adaptation. But now, post 2025, 5 city sectors, the north, south, east, west, and central, each governed by executive power teams with genuine authority over planning, housing, facilities, service delivery decision. And these sector officers operate with increased budgetary independence and reduced bureaucratic approval chains. And geographic proximity to neighborhoods enables faster response cycles and project customization, reflecting local character, demographics, and needs. Yeah, so it's very autonomous now, and it's very responsive. All right, to community identity and community needs. So, all right, and then in terms of the civic interfaces, they also involve now citizens, designers, engineers, and they have data dashboard with this GIS mapping and AR and VR tools. So, for example, like they are building now open parks that is 10 times bigger than the New York park. Yeah. And they have this AR where the public can, you know, feel how to be in that park before the park being completed. So, well, it's crazy. And also the GIS will have an interactive mapping platform, allow citizens to identify problem areas, suggest improvement like real time, and understand spatial relationship. And residents become co-researchers, documenting local condition and neighborhood access. And culturally responsive housing under this RIAD 2.0, they're focusing on privacy and gender separation. Interesting is that even in the private compound, they build two gyms, like for the male and for female. So female can be more, independence and do whatever they want inside there without being prejudiced by the male. And then extended family living in terms of climate and aesthetics, public realm, gender dynamics, and then the community scale. This also involve this universal design. All right, I just skip this. All right, and then they are also, even though they are going through modernism, but they still look into culturally responsive housing under this RIAD 2.0. So what is actually under this culturally responsive housing? This one I already mentioned. And then digital participation and smart tools. They have this, as I said, real-time digital platform, AI feedback analysis, insights dashboard that through apps in a phone, and physical modernity hub So what is inside this physical modernity hub? It's a spatial feedback platforms using Maptionnaire and Survey 123 enable geo-reference input, resident pinpoint specific location needing improvement, problematic intersection, underutilized spaces or community assets. All right, this spatial intelligence inform infrastructure investment and public realm design with precision impossible through general surveys, right? So they just complain through a phone and then, the system already detect. Yeah. An impressive design preview. Uh, yeah. Immersive design preview. AR and VR walkthrough at modernity centers, democratize architecture visualization, residents experience proposed housing layouts, building heights, street configuration, public spaces before construction. And early visualization enables meaningful feedback when changes remain affordable, not after concrete pours. Yeah. Sounds like in Utopia. And the yeah, yeah. And they have this sentiment analysis AI system like they have this system like Arabic, process Arabic language public opinions from social media, consultation sessions, and digital platform, and natural language processing identify themes, concerns, and preference at scale impossible for manual analysis. They have this also. All right. Yes, it's a lot. And the opportunities and risks, well, there are also some opportunities, there are also some risks. So the opportunities would be institutionalized participation, but the risk could be bureaucratic inertia, culture, climate integration, but the risk would be underrepresentation. So we haven't seen the women, youth, and expat residents can participate yet in this the whole process. In terms of smart feedback system is the opportunities, but then the superficial heritage would be the risks, and then the regional leadership, successful implementation position, Saudi Arabia as participatory governance in Gulf context, but data privacy is a concern because you are sharing so many things. All right. Participation requires more than good intention. It demands staff training, facilitation capacity, transparent decision making, and willingness to sit from government control. The question isn't whether Saudi Arabia has the technology for participation, it is whether institution will embrace the cultural shift participation requires. Well, takes time. Yeah. All right. So this is the framework for the culturally intelligent housing framework. First, governance support, policies, sector teams, hubs, capacity building, digital participation, AR, VR feedback, local adaptivity, culture, climate, community identity, inclusivity, local, all right. So those are the components in the framework. And finally, the comparison between Malaysia and Saudi Arabia. Well, of course, Malaysia is decentralized, but Saudi Arabia is more centralized, it's monarch, but Malaysia is democracy. And cultural integration, we have so many ethnics in Malaysia, but Saudi Arabia, yeah, they are turning into international, but they are more focused on Saudis and also Arabs. All right, and then yeah, I've also mentioned here what Malaysia can learn from Saudi Arabia and what Saudi Arabia can learn in both cases, and global very much in communities and urbanism in Brazil. All right, so you can read more. And yeah, so I just just wrap up this. Cities must grow with the people, not on top of them. So this is the conclusion remark from me. And yep, that's. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Sairul. I don't know, but I feel that we have similar point of view. I mean, what Caroline told us earlier and that you present just now, I think we can see it from similar lenses that is inequality in our society and participation is part of the answer maybe. And then as you said, co-creation, co-design is something that maybe we can encourage in the future, not something that is top down. So the people who use the city or who use the building, the pura, so we can see the pura and the city has similar problems with how they exclude some group of people. And now, if we would like to include them, then we have to do it in a co-creation and co-design attitude. And then also in technology, there are also exclusions because in your slides you said that expatriate they couldn't participate because there
Not
are
yet.
cultural barriers. The the alphabet is in Arabic, so there are barriers. Although actually the social media or the technology aim to reduce exclusions, but it still create new inclusions. Okay, we enter question and answer sessions in this room. If there are other questions from up the back, okay, thank you. And then maybe we can also see whether we have a question from the online participants. Please.
Okay, check. Okay, before I want to say thank you for the opportunities, and my name is Ranga. So I have some question for Prof. Caroline. So actually, I big at Klungkung. I'm from Klungkung, and actually, my father is the part of the construction of Pura Puntuk Dawa at Dawan that has lived there. Yeah, the one with the lips. So I I there with my father when this construction is ongoing, and I hear a lot of opinion from local. So there was a pro and cons that when we try to put live at the Pura. So there's one opinion from local that I think it's so egoist, like it's so weird. So they say if like elderly Mangku and Pendandu, if they has strong will to go to Pura, they doesn't need lift, they will still able to go to Pura without lift. But I think that really egoistic. It's like, how about the elderly that it's so hard for them to walk too long, it's really exhausting, and for the disability, if there was no lift, and Pura Punta is pretty high, right? So it's hard for them. Like, I think there was a lot of problem in our local people to think like disability people, every people, they actually doesn't want to go to anywhere, doesn't want to go to Pura to pray there because it's too tiring for them, it's too hard for them. But actually, uh, they never ask their true feeling, their true desire, because I'm local, I really know the difference, the feeling is so different when we pray directly at Pura and compared to from home. So for me, like how we can like confusing, like persuading the local, the accessibility is really important for disability, like inclusivity is really important, because I think there's one problem that's stopping Bali to become more inclusivity because people so egoist, they think disability people doesn't want to go anywhere and it's too exhausting for them. Okay, that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranga.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much. And
Good.
it's
Good
lovely.
question.
It's really lovely to hear from my perspective. I'm a bit envious because I'm hoping that Pakade will go out and speak to people in Klung Kung, and maybe I might get to come sometime. Because I think that's very right. It is that people do assume, they make assumptions about people with a disability. And I absolutely agree with Prof here that co-create, and we did not confer before, but this is the ethos that we come from, is that co-creation and co-design. One of the things about disability is that and I'm not going to go into the theory of it, but the social theory, but until we actually interact with and have relationships directly with people with a disability, we don't actually know what people want. And the people with a disability I've interviewed have, that in the beginning of the interview, oh no, everything's okay, we just accept the way things are. But once I'd spent a couple of hours with them out in the farm in Kintamani amongst the chickens at the ayam and the suppy and the bubby, they then open up to me and tell me the truth. And they go, but we're sad, but we want to do this, but we don't want to make trouble, because that's the Balinese way. You guys don't want to be a burden. But the truth is they do want to participate. And interestingly, I think it was Pak Puchu that was here before. Last night at dinner, we found a video about the fantastic elevator at Klong Klong. And do you know who was using the elevator? Not people with a disability, not the Mangku, but a whole lot of young people that just wanted the convenience of you should see it. It's on the internet. We found it last night. It's all these other young people that were using the elevator. So I think that once again, it's about talking to people, and you're right, people just assume. And this is the hurt that came from a couple of participants where it was assumed as soon as they had their accident. So they had an accident, lost their leg. Instantly, the Kampong management said, you no longer have to pay your money. And that really hurt them. I can pay and I want to pay. And the responsibility for paying was passed on to his son, who was not married. And he was really annoyed. He will go to Besaki, he will go to other Pura, but he won't go to Mount Agung Pura Mount Agung, because he thinks the attitude is not right. So yeah, but I'm really pleased to hear, because I'm so passionate about co-design and co-creation for people with a disability. I forget. Prof has reminded me that it's actually for everybody. and that the thing I like about what I'm hearing is that vandalism can be a problem in some communities. And I think if people have been engaged in the planning and the design and the creation, they are more vested in protecting. Yeah, so I've learned something, Prof. Sorry for reminding me.
Okay, thank you, Caroline. Yeah, that's true that young people use the lift, not just the old pemangku, not just the old priest or. We'll go to your family to talk with your father. Okay, from the back, I saw some hands. Okay.
Hello, and thank you for the sorry. Okay.
No worries. Just talk.
I'm so sorry. Hello, my name is Berlian. You can call me Diamond. I'm really interested on Professor Caroline's speech. I agree totally with you, but there is some contrast between about the accessibility to the Pura. So I do some research, and there is a reason why most Pura rarely designed with disability inclusion in mind. So first, it's based on a traditional, not a modern standard. Many temples are heritage structures that strictly follow art center architecture. Elements like step stair, elevated sirens like we call it pelinge, and narrow candi bentar gates are considered scared component rather than just designer choice. So let me take some example, like at Besaki. Yes, you are right. There is a VIP roadway, but even so, if disabilities that using a wheelchair to go past that way, they still can't go. There are still many in there. So
Correct.
even though when disabilities try to go there, they need somebody to be helped.
Correct. It's still a problem.
Yes. So let me take another sample. It's about my clan origin, like Pasak Badang Subadra. So almost half of the Bali are clan Pasak Badang Subadra, okay? So I see this small problem. It's from the gate entrance. It's very small. So when people try to go in and go out, they always fighting for each other to who go first. Even so, there is elderly in there. They still push the elderly, so they go in first, out or in. So I don't know. Maybe there are two gates. The one is for to go inside and the one is for go outside. But when it's Odalan, that's only open at Odalan. But when it's not Odalan, they only open one gate, which is that's why some people like very egoist sometimes. So even when disability goes there with the wheelchair, they need to fix that gate entrance to make a lot of bigger. So there is a sorry, I forget what it's called, like a small road that maybe will fix it. So that's the first topic.
Thank you for that.
I have a two topic.
Sorry, yep. Can I just respond to the first one?
Okay.
You're absolutely correct. Basaki's not perfect, but if we could use the top car park and get rid of the potholes using Prof. Jason's material, or the Prof. Delani's materials from yesterday, but it would be quite easy to fix that small area that needs to be addressed. Not every pura in Bali will ever be accessible. I think it would be unrealistic to the cultural heritage to try and do that. But where it's possible, I think we could. And you're right, some of the gates are small. We're never going to fix those. But what if we could increase the number of pura in Bali that are accessible so people can have a choice?
Pura Besaki is the biggest pura, like a mother temple. So I guess you're right, but we need to fix a pura, a mother of temple. I'm sorry.
Mother temple.
So, well, that's the first topic. So there is the second topic. It's about the pura at my village, like a small pura. So as a village, from there, can I tell a little bit story? So it's about what I see. Enough to go to Pura, and the second one is so yesterday I was having like a ceremony at my house, and I do see her like how she's struggling to sit down. So I see at my house temple, there are no place for her to sit down. So we bring a chair for her so she can join our pray. At sometimes I was thinking, what happened to her if she comes to pray with us at the public temple like a village? So after I remember some of what is happening at my pura, I see some elder. They sit near the they sit like a small side. Uh, I forget what it's called. Like a a house, right? Yes.
I can envisage where you, because I pray all the time myself, so I get it. They're like a pergola on the side.
Yeah, there is a house where they put their bantan.
Yeah.
So at that place, they also have like a small thing in here. So I see some elder. They usually stay in there and they pray at there. So I was thinking, is there anything that maybe we can help for the elder to have an easy way to sit down?
You know what? You've raised a very good point, because none of the people with a disability that I've interviewed have mentioned that. But I have not interviewed older individuals. So that's a really interesting perspective and very, very insightful of you.
Thank
so
you.
Congratulations for having the eyes to think about that. But that's a very good point. But getting back to Prof's point, we should be talking to the older individuals in your kampung about would they like to see some sort of, because I have trouble sometimes. I cannot sit as you would to pray. I
Yes.
have to sit cross-legged because I can't do it. Yeah, you raise a very valid point, and I think the answer is talk to the people in your kampong and then go to your kampong management and talk about how you might do that without ruining the spirituality and the aesthetic.
Yes.
While you do it from ethnographic point of view, maybe she's the one who lived there. She saw it, she see it every day. So
Absolutely, it's
advocate the people.
correct. And I think it is that ethnographic point of view. I came into this research thinking as I was doing IPE, in interpretive phenomenology. But now I, almost as an outsider, and now I realise it's insider research. That's the stuff that's critical. When we do our next phase, we'll be looking for you. We've written down your name because, but you can do that as a member of your local community. You can be saying, "Hey, have we thought about?" Just sow the seed, sow the idea. Talk to your grandma and say to her, "What would she like to see happen?" And this is how things develop. Not, you know, we're not going to come up with one standard and say every Pura must do this. We're going to say what's happening at a local level. But congratulations on being so reflective. It's excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
From the story, I also realized there is a small problem. It's also from the family. So the family also are busy. When they go to Pura, they always on rush. I don't know why, but every time, I don't know, is this in my village or other village? I think it's only in my village. So we always rush in the morning. So when we have a disability or elder people, we usually like left them behind because we are in hurry to go there to pray. So our parents doesn't go home yet. So that's also a problem.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
You're right. And as I said, a couple of my participants talked about being one woman said she was a 9-year-old child and can remember, and she now must be in her 40s, and she cried when she told me that story because still the pain of, you know, of remembering what it's like to be left behind. I'm sure her family are not mean or unkind.
Yes.
They're just in a rush.
Yeah.
Yes.
But, you know, I have to tell you, friends of mine in Australia that are Christians, they're always late for church.
Oh my.
I'm sure the Muslims are the same. They're always late to mosque.
Okay, Arya. Is there any question from the online participants? Can you read it, Arya, please?
Okay, so we have a question from our online participants for Professor Zairul. Based on your experience through your research, how do we as architects or designers empower marginalized communities to create a better quality of life without relying too much on technology?
Yeah, actually, thank you for the question. Actually, response to Caroline mentioned, we should include them. We should include them, and it's not like only one-time discussion. It should be when they feel comfortable with us. If you just okay, I just have 1 hour, so can you just respond to this question? No, you won't get it. So be more, I would say, spend more time with them and then ask.
It's really important in interprofessional relationships. You know, so like I'm interprofessional relationships. You know, so like I'm from a completely different discipline, and yet there is such commonality amongst our goals and our ethos. And I think that's really important, so that architects don't just work with architects, and myself as a social scientist just doesn't work in humanities, that I take, you know, that I'm learning all the time, and working together, we get a much better outcome, I think.
Yeah. Any other questions from online?
Yes, we have another question from online, which actually connects both speakers. If we connect Professor Zairul's research with Caroline's research, where should we start in developing research on accessibility?
Policy or the architect or?
I think that it's about either. I think it's either social scientist or whoever you've got. Talk to talk to the people at the local level, talk to the people in the community, talk to the young people who are observant and concerned, and they're the future leadership, talk to the existing leadership, talk to the people, the end user. That is, I did my PhD in 1996 and I interviewed 60 people living with disability, and I went through 5 supervisors because they said that if I interviewed people with a disability as my primary data source, I will fail because it's not valid data. Now, I will not supervise anyone that does not co-design, and the Australian government won't fund research that isn't co-design. So I laugh at the irony of that, of me fighting just to get my PhD accepted because I spoke to the end user. So it's absolutely about the community. We need to start by embedding ourselves, being an insider researcher, understanding that community. Because what I've learned from the research is every village is different. Every kampong is different, and we can't generalise the findings from Klung Kung to the findings in Kintamani. And in Kintamani, there was one community close to the Lake Batur had a different experience to someone 5 kilometres away in Mount Agung, Pura Mount Agung. So we have to start with locality. I don't know what Prof thinks.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Now we have this new subject, we call it humanizing architecture. I'm in the Department of Architecture Engineering, so it's very technology, but suddenly there's a subject, humanizing architecture. So we're talking about, because I'm also a qualitative researcher, so how do we actually understand, really go in depth, phenomenology, ethnography, understand what people wants rather than what the designers ego wants to have a big buildings, a very landmarkish buildings, so iconic. But then you need to go back to the people because you're building for people. Yeah.
Okay.
It isn't about winning awards, is it?
Well, sometimes architects love awards. They run for awards.
We all want to win the Nobel Peace Prize, so we've got egos as well.
Everyone has egos. Okay, thank you. Any other from online? No? Otherwise, I will offer to the audience here. Any other question from the audience in this room? It's a very interesting topic that while we are chasing for technology, somehow we forget we have people.
It's not about technology. So access to the beaches here it's about a combination. We need the technology from computer science to develop the information hub and ways for people to be able to access information. But the actual beach mat is a rubber mat. It's very low tech. So not everything is high tech. Sometimes the solution is low tech, like a seat for older, maybe a portable seat for people who are older in the pura, in the kampung, so that they can sit and be more part of. I went to an ashram last time I was here in Tabanan, and I sat there at night praying with people, and to sit in the evening air with 500 people and the absolute silence and vibe of 500 people praying and meditating is something that, unless you've experienced it, you cannot explain. And I think that's what people miss, whether it's people with a disability, older people, they want that. They want that.
Yeah, okay. Sometimes when we think of innovation, we think of computer, outer space. Sometimes innovation is very simple things. Just remember, that's innovations to help people, wider people to do simple things. Pak Code, you raise your hand.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. That was an interesting presentation from Caroline and also from Prof. Zairul. So I would like to ask one question. 2 years ago, Arya and I had an opportunity to work with disability and through a co-design about the disability, the relation about disability and also the transportation, public transportation in Bali through the co-design. But my question is, when we do like a co-design, it's usually we have like a different perspective between what we do in with the community and what we do with the society, and what things that we create with the society, with the it's a like a has a different with the government perspective. Yeah, yes. Usually, on the workshop, we got a lot of information from the people with disability. Like the one interesting information that we got from the disability is the people with disability. It's not about they lost some of their body, or lost some ability from the people, but disability made also disability feeling also come from the society, because like people with disability not don't have like access to the other things to the in the society. And then how do we make a deal with that condition when what we got from the workshop, it's different from the government perspective. It's because the rules, because the about the regulations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I was there for the last one that was at here, and as much as I don't speak fluent Bahasa, I actually understand more than people know. I don't tell people how much I understand. Okay, so we're talking about I'll tell you what I say to my students. Lecture 1, year 1, there is no such thing as disability. Okay? There's actually no such thing. It's a social construct. We made it up. People have impairments, as in their bodies function differently, but whether or not they experience living with disability is our fault, society's fault. And I think what we have to do is really embrace that and get the community, including government regulation. What we have to talk to the government about is the cost if we don't do it. And I think I said that at one of those focus groups was, you keep telling us that, oh, we can't do it, it's going to cost too much money, but my thing is, what's it going to cost if you don't do it? And I think we have to flip it. It's a really good question. And I get asked all the time, all around the world, that question. Flip it. Talk about what is the cost if we don't do it. I don't want to hear the cost if we do it. I want to hear the cost if we don't do it. And there is a research model that actually allows you to attach a monetary figure to social outcomes. And I'm on the tip of my tongue. I'll have to Google it and send it to you on WhatsApp. But there is actually now a research model that allows, and websites and charts and data, Excel sheets, that allows you to attach a social value, a dollar value to social outcomes. And so that, I think that's the next methodology moving forward for a lot of our research, is to really emphasise not what it's going to cost to do it now, because everything costs, we know that. And that's easy to ignore, but what is the cost if we don't do it? And I think that's my advice to people is, and I think we can just keep advocating. We need to keep doing research. We need to co-design, co-create, co-research with people and continue to assist academically with that scientific evidence to give a voice, because governments want evidence-based practice. So that's where our role is, to co-research, co-create in order to provide that evidence. But I think I am thinking we need to do more research around what is the cost if we don't, rather than the cost if we do.
Yeah, I would like to share Malaysian experience. They are creating more social innovation competition at the moment. Yeah, so problem based from the community, and then a lot of competition at the moment, like talking about social innovation. So what's actually problems in the society, and then what is your innovation towards the, they call it social innovation competition. So it's a thing now. And also in Saudis, a lot of startup for social innovation. So I think, this could be a next program or next, goal where to allow more social innovation competition and fairs or, related activities, events.
Yeah. So we are moving from technological innovation to social innovations. So that's something that we hope that will bring a better future for us. And I'm thinking that if all of this problem that asked by the audience, if we think about the immersive things that you present, if the disability said, I want these things to be fixed, and then he sees it, and the village leader sees it, and then the government sees it, maybe that can be a good platform for discussions. What do you think?
Think so, and I think also the idea of having a hub of information, whereas if we have a way of doing an audit or collecting information about where things are accessible in Bali, and there's some good stuff, that it might create a bit of competition, that another poorer might go, oh, well, they're getting more visitors and more people coming because they're accessible. Maybe we should be. Do you know what I mean? So I think that there's an element of Bali really does need an information hub for anybody who would like to know about accessibility. Someone who's older, someone who's younger and wants to take their grandmother somewhere, people with a disability. I think that information, to be a true citizen in a country, it's not about whether or not you've got a stamp in your passport. It's about access to information, to wealth, to employment and productivity, to valued social roles. So roles that society values. They're the things that create what we call citizenhood. And I think that they're the things that we can co-create and co-design. I think that's what Prof's talking about as well.
Yeah, in relation to this, there's one mosque in Malaysia. There was several mosques in that area, but this new mosque actually designed, and suddenly they come up with playground for the kids and for the young parents. Before this, it's very difficult for them to come to the mosque because of the small kids. But then when this mosque introduced these playgrounds, a lot of young parents, just come to the mosque, and because they can just let their kids play in the playground. So I think this innovation in a way that everyone is happy.
Absolutely, and in some, I noticed there's a really when we went to dinner last night, there was a fantastic playground not far from the park where everyone jogs, near Pura Jagannatha, and gorgeous playground, but was it an accessible playground? And there are such things, and there's a lot of design, and children without a disability are just as happy to play on an accessible playground, but it includes the children with a disability. And some of the most beautiful moments I've seen, we actually have accessible playgrounds in my province that have like a board of pictures, so that people who are non-verbal can communicate. And the children who use it most are the children who can verbally communicate, because it's fun and they communicate. So children who are younger point to pictures. These things are universal. But I think that's same in aged care facilities in Australia where older people live. They've started building playgrounds and outdoor areas so that families can come and comfortably spend time together. But I think the idea of accessible playgrounds. And I think that's, like picnic places. When I go to Pura, obviously we sit around afterwards and share makan, but it's about sometimes there's nowhere for people with a wheelchair to sit with us to have a picnic, to share makan.
In fact, they have this autism kids friendly in that program. Yeah, it's very interesting.
Also, as part of information hubs, our national parks in my province, which is priding itself now, because after I shamed the government by saying they gave me $3 million, a group of us a few years ago, to actually do some upgrades. And one of the things we did was created social stories so that people with autism that can be a bit hesitant of going to a new environment, it actually shows them pictures of what to expect when they go there. And interestingly, the feedback we got about it was from families of people with dementia. So it was designed for people with autism, but people with dementia are enjoying being able to understand what, because one of the things that makes us anxious and upset is unpredictability. So yeah, those kind of features. But it's amazing if we monitor these things, how much they're used by people outside of the intended audience.
Okay, thank you. I have a sign. Time's up. It's very fast. Yeah, because we have a good discussions. Okay, from this morning sessions, we can see that participation can be started from the least advantaged people. If we can start from them, then everything maybe will be better for our future. Thank you.
It is less expensive and less wasteful. So we don't
Yeah.
build things that people don't want and don't use.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Professor Cyril. Let us give a round of applause for the speakers. We'll give the time for Arya once again. Thank you, Arya.
Thank you, Pak Mandi, and thank you for keynote speakers. It was a very fruitful presentation and a very fruitful discussion. Okay, so now we will have a group photo session, and if you could kindly step in front of the stage, we will also have a certificate presented by the committee chair. Can we have like one group photo together? Closer, yeah. Okay, let's give another round of applause for our keynote speakers and moderator. Thank you very much. You may please be seated. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we will have a short coffee break for around 15 minutes. The coffee break is located at room 501, adjacent to this hall. And we will start the next session of keynote presentations back in this room at 10:30 a.m. Thank you. Kepada mahasiswa diharapkan untuk balik kembali ke ruangan ini pukul 10.30. Terima kasih. Supaya tidak terlalu ramai di depan 501, mungkin bisa nyicil ya turunnya ya.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Anyone can hear me? Hello?
Hello. Yes. Yeah. Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Yeah, yeah, we from operator WUICACE.
Pardon?
Anything we can help, sir?
So can you test the audio?
Can you
Can you
test
hear
your
me?
audio, Professor Chen?
Yeah. So can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can
Okay.
you hear us?
Yeah. That's great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
How can we
good.
help you?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Hello, sir.
Yes.
Uh, can you say it one more time? I'm sorry because there is some disturbance
Okay.
in the internet. Yes.
Okay. So can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So is the speaker in the auditorium okay? Can they
Uh,
hear me?
Wait a minute.
Okay.
We can hear you here at the auditorium.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we can hear you clearly here.
I can hear you too in the auditorium. Thank
Okay.
you.
Cek satu. Check.
So can you see my slide? Can you see my slide?
Test. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And now we will continue on with our final session for the keynote presentation. Please welcome Professor Chen Chung Liu from National Central University, Taiwan, who I believe is joining us online, and also Dr. Nur Haliza Abdul Wahab from University Teknologi Malaysia, with our moderator for this session, the head of the Computer Engineering Department, Universitas Warmadewa, Mr. Imade Surya Kumara. For the moderator, we would like to kindly invite you to the stage.
Tick. Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Distinguished guests, keynote speaker, participant, and fellow academics. It's a great honor for me, Surya, to serve as the moderator for this keynote speech session. And today, we are privileged to have two outstanding speakers who will share their insight and experience in advancing research and innovation across technology and applied science. Our first keynote speaker is Professor Chen Chung Liu from National Central University, Taiwan. And our second keynote is Dr. Nur Haliza Abdul Wahab from University Teknologi Malaysia. And now, please join me in welcoming Professor Chen Chung Liu and Dr. Nur Haliza Abdul Wahab to the stage. Let's give us the big applause to the keynote speaker. Our first keynote presentation will be delivered by Professor Chen Chung Liu, who is joining us online via Zoom. And before we begin, allow me to explain the session format. Each speaker will have 35 minutes for their presentation. And at the end of the session, we will have a Q&A session where participants may ask questions related to the talk. And let me check to the Zoom. Are we connected, Professor?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And by the way, actually, the professor is my supervisor during my study in Taiwan. And I'm great honor to welcome you again, Professor. And Professor Liu is expertise in the field of educational technology and artificial intelligence in learning, and now has contributed in the development of smart education and learning analytics in Taiwan. He received the Distinguished Researcher Award in 2011. He served as a chair of review panel of the computer science education sector in Taiwan's Ministry of Science and Technology. And today, Professor Liu will deliver his keynote speech titled AI Agent for Equitable and Accessible One-on-One Science Education. Without further ado, let us welcome Professor Chen Chung Liu. So, Professor, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Surya. It's my great pleasure to to talk about our work in recent year about how to integrate AI, in particular generative AI in education. I will talk about how would it be used to create an equitable and accessible learning support for all students all over the world. We hope that our work can contribute to make it happen. So before I talk about the AIs, what I would like to share with you what we have done before to develop the online material for support online teaching and learning, in particular in the COVID-19 pandemic. This is the website we created since 2011, with in collaboration with Fukun Wang and another collaborator, Francisco Equibri from Spain. We create this website cosine. If you are interested in it, you could type in on Google cosine. So that means that collaboration and science. So the main focus of the website is to develop the online science simulations for a primary school student, high school student, and a middle school students. So we have developed about over 150 simulation that is all are freely available on the internet. So if you are interested you could have a look at it with the keyword cosine on Google. And we are very pleased to have many collaborators all over the world, including Indonesia. We have a collaborator in Jakarta, and he worked with us to translate all the simulations into the Bahasa Indonesia language. So here you could see many languages are available, including Chinese, English, Indonesia, Thai, Malay, and even Magyar. So if you are interested in this, how into applying the resource here in Indonesia, you are very welcome to contact us, or you could freely access it in any context you would like to apply it to. So so here you could see we have translated in many older simulation into Bahasa Indonesia here. So the language here up here is the Indonesia. So you could try it, and there are so many simulation are available in Indonesia languages. So in addition to the simulations, we also, because it's not so for students, it's not so easy and not so natural to learn with the simulations. If you just give them to them, give the simulation to students, students don't just see, oh, this is fun, but they don't know what to do or what they have to learn, or they could gain some knowledge or construct knowledge by themselves by interacting with the simulations. Most of them could only do very superficial playing on the simulation. So what we want to do is to develop some AI agents. What we call it agents is kind of pedagogical machine tutors that could uh, interact with students, um, help the teachers to guide the students to learn with the simulation. And in addition, they could also do some very nice evaluation on student status and report it to the teachers. So that is what we call it may be a possible way, a solution for accessible and equitable education. So here we invite a lot of teachers in Taiwan. They to participate. They also collaborate with us to create this kind of agents. And I will talk about the AI here. So the AI could almost outperform us in so many cognitive tasks. So this is uh, the evaluation done by checkingai.org. How is the IQ of the AI right now? This is quite a very interesting evaluation result here. So you could see with the most sophisticated language model here is a GPT-5 Pro. So the IQ is about 111 or about 20. So this is a more detailed data. So OpenAI GPT-5 Pro is about the IQ is about 142. So this is quite amazing, right? So they could do very good job in passing the examinations. So in addition to that, you could see how AI could perform in different area. So this line here is the human baseline here. So as you can see, this report is by Stanford University Human Centered Artificial Intelligence. So as you can see, in most of the cognitive task here, the AI could outperform human beings in many in this test. So, for example, image classification, multitask language understanding, or visual reasoning, this kind of things. So, there's no doubt that AI could perform very well in this kind of test. And there are more and more institute has been applying generative AIs. There's about over 70% of the respondents say, oh, in their institute, they at least apply one of the AI tools in their institute. So as you can see here, it become more and more popular or applicable to enhance our daily life or daily job here. And there's also a trend that because the AI model is become more and more sophisticated, it will become more and more expensive. So that's another trend that the developer also want to reduce the parameter required in the language model. So here you can see they could reduce the parameter required. That means they could save the money, save the computation power in the application of AIs here. So this is quite important uh, for deploy this kind of computational resource into our daily work, because it will consume electricity, it will cost a lot of money. This kind of product will become more and more important. And AI's performance, there are some very interesting evaluation of the performance of different brands of the generative AI. As you can see, the Google, Gemini, OpenAI, GPT, and DeepSeek take the lead in the competition. So I think generative AI is now so powerful. So what could they do in education here? So about in last country, the room proposed uh, identify the problem, the grand challenge problem, to sigma problem. That's our goal, or as an educator or educational researcher here. So he Bloom compare the one-to-one teaching, that is tutoring. So one student with a tutor, with the conventional teaching, that is the big class teaching. One teacher with to teach about 30 students in a class. So the difference of their learning outcome is the 2 sigma. So that is statistically, it means a significant difference. So how could we, because we do not have so much so much resource to provide each student a tutor. So educators and researchers want to achieve the 2 sigma problem. So even we don't have so many teachers, but we could still do many take some approach to solve the 2 sigma problem. So one way to achieve this is to achieve the 2 sigma problem by machine tutors. So this is the very nice work by Professor Grasser and Kurt Vanden in early 2000. They invented an auto tutor. That means the machine act as the role of the tutor to talk with the students and guide them to learn some content, some domain knowledges here. So it's quite popular, quite not popular. They demonstrate a way uh, to apply computer as a tutor to interact with each individual student, so that in a way, so that we could achieve the two sigma problem. So in theory, machine tutor can be effective, but in the last decade, one-to-one tutor has not been so popular. What's the reason? Because this is a high technical barrier, and it is quite difficult to evaluate students' actions, conversations, and learning outputs. So that the machine tutors could take appropriation to help the students. So this is very difficult, technical, very difficult for to achieve this goal. But now we have the generative AI. Generative AI is quite uh, fluency in providing the guidance and after understand students' actions or conversation. So many institute has been started to apply this kind of tools in education. So here, for example, the Khan Academy apply this to started to develop the kind of Kamigo, which is a comprehensive AI tutor in their platforms to help students to learn with the material that they provided here. So, but uh, it's not so. I think uh, most of people have this kind of worry about what is the damage could caused by the generative AIs. The first one is the agent's transference. This is a uh, kind of reduce and the AI could reduce and constrain the breadth of human experience. Uh, we will dedicate the cognitive task to the AIs, and it will limit the personal agents, their motivation in tasks dedicated to AI. In particular, for those tasks that we think is not so central to our identity. For example, to plan a tour is not so central to my identity as a professor. So I will dedicate this kind of task to the AIs. So this is the first risk about applying AI in our daily life is agents transference. The second one is the scaling. When we dedicated the cognitive task to AI, it also means that the student will lose about proficiency in skills. This is quite normal because we will very naturally dedicate some cognitive task to AI. So one of the possible damage that could caused by the AI is the superficial learning. Student would acquire the information and very elaborated and organized information from the AI without deep thinking about what is it or what's wrong with this one. So this is the second. And the third one is the diminished social learning. When we talk with the AI, we would tend to use the simplified languages. So just order AI to do something that we want them to do. So for example, the vocabulary richness will be reduced. So they will kind of hinder the development of deeper social learning. This is all this is about our worry about the use of AIs. So my position here is we should stop using it in our education institution. No, I think we should think it with theoretical tips. And very important is a teacher should be in the loop of using AIs. And we have to notice that AI is not free. It costs money and impact the environment. And my position is to instead of just doing nothing, we should do it right before others to get it wrong. So we have to take actions to do it right. And so I was just thinking from the theoreticalness here. Here, I would like to say we should put the students in the center of the learning of the when they are constructing something. Uh, so I would like to coin the constructivism, which is the very very fundamental theory about learning. So it places student at the center of knowledge construction. So it is quite important to support the active and participatory role of learner must take. So I would like to coin a couple of principles here. So the AI should support student to do observation in authentic activity and to construct interpretation through cognitive conflict and support them in collaboration with others or in the community, and also support them in construction of artifacts or to do some project, or support them with a style of cognitive apprenticeship here. So I will not get it very deep here. So observation in the authentic activity is quite important. It's grounded in the theory of situated learning. So we want students to learn in the real world situation and problems, not just give them some tests, some questions, ask them to answer the question, and then students would just simply ask the AI what's the answer without their observation or their interpretation of the situation. So here is the one of the example here with the inclusion of large language model and object detection like AR, uh, Microsoft HoloLens, the Google Glass. They could facilitate critical observation in the authentic science of the experiment here. So here is the example here. We integrate the AI in the physical lab here. So here this avatar is the AI agents. It will monitor students' actions on manipulating the equipment, and then provide prompt to ask students to think about what does it mean here. So this is kind of ask students, guide students to do some critical observations to construct some interpretations of the experiment. So this is our example, the first example here. And the second principle is about the interpretation of constructions. So this is another example. In cosine, we have lots of simulations. So how could we help students to construct interpretation of the simulations? So here is an example here. So we ask students to construct their own knowledge through the simulation. So the agents could talk with the students, and sometimes students will think it wrong, but the agent would not directly, oh, this is, you are not wrong, and what is the correct answer? Instead, it will guide students to think about it, and then student could make sense of by interacting with the simulations and together with the agent's feedback. So this is what we call it, facilitate the construction of interpretations through simulations here. Okay. Then the third one is to support students in collaboration. So social interaction is quite important, and in particular between peers. So in most of cases, we apply AI as a very knowledgeable, very knowledgeable tutor. So we could ask everything, and students just expect the tutor, the AI could give me the right answer. So we emphasize that the AI tutor could play another role as a facilitator of the peer discussion. So, for example, they could use a academic productive talk model. Instead of giving students answer, the agent could promote the discussion between students. For example, if students one student just keeps silence, then the agent could notify that. Not notice that, they could ask the two students to, hey, your partner has said something. What do you think about that? So this is kind of a facilitator that to create a learning community instead of just give right answers to the students. This is what we call to support peers collaboration or collaboration in the community. And the fourth one is construction, help students to construct artifact. The artifact here you could see consider is a project, a program, a design, or anything. So constructivism, emphasize the role of a personal goal in artifact creation. So for example, they could create some electronic devices with some circuit design tool like Arduino or microbit here. So our argument is that the AI could just support students in this kind of creation activities. They could help students to clarify construction goals and plans, and also guide students through complex construction process and monitor the construction process or evaluate the construction. Here we take a show example here. We ask students, invite students to construct a program to simulate a physics phenomena. And this is a drone, and he will release a bomb to hit a tank here. And in the process of construction, the student just found the bomb here just going down with a straight line. So he knows something wrong in his construction. So then the student asks the AI, or the bomb does not fall in the expected curve. Then the agent talk to him, and he say, "Your agent is correct. Your agent is correct. The trajectory of the projectile should be in a curve," and it tells the student the current evolution equation is set as follow, and then he verified the physical concept here, and it gave the students some advice about operational guides. So he advised students he should add some acceleration terms here, and he give you some explanation of physics principle. So basically, the AI could do this kind of things to help students to construct their own artifact. So the last one is cognitive apprenticeship. So this model emphasizes timely scaffolding that helps students to become proficiencies in some skills or competencies. So it emphasizes on modeling, coaching, and scaffolding to help students, and it also emphasizes articulation, ask students to articulate something and increase and help them to reflect upon what they have what they have to learn. So here is this: we do a simple design to help students to learn with our simulations. Uh, it will monitor student actions, and it's quite interesting that these tutor could monitor students not only verbal output but also their actions on computer systems. So based on their actions and dialogue, the tutor agents could decide what to do for the student. For example, when students say, "Oh, I really don't know what to do," then the tutor would say, "Oh, let me demonstrate to you, and you could see what I have, what I do here." So they could do some to do some demonstration. They will operate the simulations for students and ask students to observe something. Uh, So if students have some questions in the simulation when they are doing, the tutor and the student work together on the simulation, then the the tutor will ask students question, and student have to observe the simulation, but the student could also ask some questions. For example, he would say, how could I know the sliding force in the simulation? So the tutor would say, oh, this is how could you could compute this kind of thing, but this is actually not what the student want to know. They just want to know how can I find the sliding force on the simulation? Is there any hint here on information I could see here? So the tutor could know, oh, you could see the label sliding force. So you could see it here. You can see it here. So basically the tutor could understand the situation in which students are learning. So that it could learn with the student, it could interact with student in the context to provide just in time guidance for them. So this here is the example here. So we do some experiment about this. The cognitive apprenticeship just could improve the student and conceptual understanding. So in summary, generative AI, technically, AI agent can function as a basic or limited skill personal tutor. It properly integrates into the learning environment. Technically, it could do it, but there are some problems when applying this kind of pedagogical agents. Many types of unsuitable feedback has been generated with older language model like GPT 3.5. Even with GPT 4.0, many ineffective feedback were detected. So this is one more problem. And the second problem is the AI agent appear very friendly and very intelligent and even human-like. But who they are agents. That is not a real person in the real world. So what motivates students to interact with them? So this is one of our experiments here. Before engaging with the AI tutor, the motivation is here, and when they learn with the AI tutor, their motivation increased. But in the second round of the experiment, the motivation decreased. So so there's some problem with the identity of the AI agents. And so we argue that one of the principles to apply pedagogical agent with the generative AI is that we should keep teachers in the loop. So teacher in the center of using AI in teaching. Teacher have to motivate students and decide the goal and the style of the AI agents and tuning the AI agent to act properly to interact with the students and monitor students' interaction with AI agents. And also, debriefing activity is quite important after students interact with the AI agent. So it's very important the teacher should act as a friend, a mentor, or even someone significant in students' life. The second point of considering is the cost. AI is not free. So if you look at the literature, so how much does it cost? How much electricity it costs for a single GPT quest? So one of the estimation is three 1,000 kWh per quest. And the other is much less than is 0.3 thousandths kWh per quest. So anyway, if we apply it very frequently, so the electricity will be much. So this is our experiment here. Our students, 33 students, learn with the AI tutor we invented for 8 hours, and the OpenAI charges us $75, which is not so much, but it is around the monthly electricity cost for a class in Taiwan. Monthly electricity cost for. So if we deploy it for the nationwide education in the nationwide education system, it will cost a lot of money. So who will pay this? So I think it wasn't the digital divide problem and the electricity consumption. So this is a problem. So sustainable and equitable AI for education is quite important. We need affordable small size LLM on edge device, not just send a request to the cloud, to the OpenAI or to Google, and they do a lot of computation and send it back. So we need a more affordable way to implement this kind of agents. And the third one is the over scaffolding. AI agent could be capable of monitor individual learning activity at a very fine-grained level because it will watch the student progress at a very fine-grained table. So there's the over scaffolding problem. This is a nitpicking teacher. They will watch you, and when you do something wrong, you will immediately give you some feedback. So students will become over reliant on external guidance and reduce their own initiative to explore. So we should avoid these kind of things. So again, rethink with theoretical depths. So there's some fundamental theory that is very important when we design this kind of apply generative AI, for example, cognitive load theory, self-regulation theory, collaborative learning theory. So we should emphasize focus on the high order thinking, not just student to learn some knowledge. We want them to learn. And another one important issue is how to motivate students to interact with AI for learning. So this dynamic agency, trust, and acceptance of the AI in doing things. Yeah, this is I would like to thank my colleagues and students for all the work here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Can we give applause to the professor? And very interesting and inspiring for the keynote presentation. So what I note here is that you own COSI platform, which stands for computer science, and you also develop AI agent to support the COSI platform. And I think it was a great tools that we can learn science and dashboard. For me, it's very intuitive. And I hope we will have a collaboration regarding this COSI in the future. So Professor Liu, we will wait for the Dr. Nur presentation, and then we will go to the Q&A session.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, let us move to our second keynote speaker. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Nur Haliza Abdul Wahab from University Technology Malaysia, UTM. This university is one of top university in Malaysia, and is known researcher in Internet of Things and blockchain, with numerous publications and contributions to innovation in the machine learning application. And her latest achievement, including winning the Anugerah Penerbitan Journal WOA Q1, Q2 category, and receiving the National Industry Grant Award, and also being honored with the Excellent Surface Award in 2024. And today, Dr. Nur will share her keynote presentation titled Designing Sustainable Future, the Role of Blockchain and AI Global Development. So Dr. Nur, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Assalamualaikum and still good morning. I guess I'm going to deliver the session with language because might be it's already near to noon, right? So might be some of you will sleepy already. and one more thing is last time, I guess last year, I already been here. So some of you might be already joined my session sharing last time. So I hope that you still remember anything about blockchain. So today, what I'm going to share is basically on designing sustainability future, the role of blockchain in AI in global development. Okay, let's start what we can have today. Sini boleh ke? Okay. As mentioned, my name is Nur Haliza. Actually, I'm from Faculty of Computing, University Technology Malaysia. And my area, as mentioned as well, basically I'm focusing on IoT, Internet of Things, blockchain, some of my students as well are doing artificial intelligence project. One of my recent graduated student last time, she's also been here visiting this university with me. Dr. Siti Zaleha doing micro sleep prediction. Okay, so using AI, machine learning as well. And I guess what else I am doing as well, AR and Indo navigations. So basically, this is my information. Might be some of you want to collab with my student because actually we want to have more collaboration in terms of research project, and then we want to also have a merging or collaboration in terms of joining exhibition. So we have a lot of upcoming hackathon and exhibitions, mainly that we're going to conduct. So might be we going to promote to Warma Dewa as well. Okay. So next, what we have here today, I guess most of you are already familiar with our 17 Sustainability Development Goal (SDG) from United Nation. Actually, this goal SDG is about humanity, focusing on no poverty, clean energy, responsibilities, consumptions, and most of all, we can say that it is justice for all. Okay, and the question is, you all as a student, what actually your contributions? Because SDG is not only for government. Okay, kalau lecturernya nama dosen, kalau pelajarnya student, mahasiswa.
Ya,
Okay.
mahasiswa.
So as mahasiswa, apa sahaja actually you can contribute to SDG? Actually, yeah, a lot because SDG is not only for a government. You as a young generation yang baru-baru ni, you still have a lot of energy, okay, banyak tenaga that you can contribute to SDG and help in terms of a global and sustainability. And yeah, what else next is about actually we want to look into AI, but before that, anything that in this world we actually started with imaginations, the idea. So we create something based on imagination, idea, and after that we're going to go for technology. So when you have an idea, let's say you want to develop something, the building, because this one is faculty civil, is it? So before you nak buat satu bangunan or a concrete, then you need to have an idea what technology that you want to do. Yesterday, I guess, if you still remember, we have a keynote speaker, Dr. Warid. Uh, he's doing building. So he approached me yesterday. He said, Dr. Why don't we collab kalau ada building tu, and then kepada building concrete, so that we know when we're going to have a maintenance, if let's say there is a kerosakan dan sebagainya kan, and then we can also predict any damage happen inside the concrete and so on by using a technology. So from the idea, from the imagination, we move to actually the technology that we're going to use, let's say AI, to do the predictions. And then after that, when we have that combinations of idea and also technology, then kita baru pergi kepada the engineering, whereby we develop the system as well. And most of it, it's good for us from the engineering. We move and we focus on development system that focus in sustainability. Okay? And AI actually have a lot, like diagnosis, anything. Kalau student study learning, and then there is a result at the end, you ambil exam, periksa kan. AI is similar. Dia belajar without sleeping, always keep learning, and then they're going to analyze and predict what is actually happened. it is based on data yang you feed into the AI. Sama juga as the mahasiswa, what you are doing actually you study, belajar, and then you analyze whatever that you already learn in your lecture. Then after that, the result coming out based on whatever you analyze from your learning. So it's actually similar to AI. So AI have a lot, especially in terms of learn pattern, and then it's going to have people, of course, groups, and create a smarter system. But although we have a smarter system, we need some things whereby we need an integrity. We need a fair system. Okay, so that is coming out whereby we can see here. Okay, this is the examples of AI and differentiation between AI and machine learning, because actually machine learning is in AI, but all the way is all the AI. AI is engineering of making intelligent machines, so it is like a brain. Otak. Sini panggil otak ah? Minda.
Ya, sama otak.
So AI like a otak kepada sistem kita. So it is very important kalau kita punya otak mati pun, badan kita masih hidup, it is not going to be function, right? So we need something rather than intelligent. Kalau otak kita pandai pun, but there is no honesty, so people not going to trust. Same goes to our system. If let's say our system is very intelligent, it can predict anything. But imagine if let's say the data is not a pure data, bukan data yang asli, bukan data yang betul. So it's going to be, tak ada siapa pun nak guna, because although it's intelligent, although it is fast, but people know, orang tahu that the data is not original data, it is not 100% pure, bukan 100% asli, then the result is actually not a good result. Okay, so blockchain offer in term of integrity. Okay, selalu kita tengok news sekarang, it's hard for us to differentiate mana satu video AI, kan? So video AI sekarang pun is like already sangat-sangat macam real. So it's very hard for us to differentiate between real and AI nowadays. So now kita akan selalu question. So that is come of blockchain, whereby blockchain will filter everything. And kalau nak senang dan mudah to understand what is blockchain, it's very easy. It's like kita tulis sesuatu dekat dalam kita punya notebook, kita tulis all the data, kita punya bahan rujukan, okay? Then the books can be shared to everyone. Semua orang boleh nampak buku tu, apa saja yang kita tulis dalam buku tu, semua orang boleh tengok. The only things that we cannot delete. Okay, kita tak boleh pakai eraser ataupun even liquid paper for us to delete. So it is similar to blockchain. Whatever that you already feed into the system, to the blockchain ledger, you cannot delete anymore. Okay, sama saja that it mimics when you write to the books, you cannot delete. It is same with the blockchain. So very simple to understand blockchain system actually. And because of it permanent, it cannot be tampered. So we said that the data is already integrated. Integrity. There is a very integrity in the data. So imagine as well that your result in the examinations, or might be in term of a scholarship record, and as well most important in term of community donation. Kalau kita derma, so we actually want to know where the money goes. Okay, kat mana kita hantar that money, kita nak dermakan ke mana. So actually blockchain have that features. There is no bias, there is no cheating, and there is no loss of file. So actually blockchain is about fairness and transparency. Okay, so if we combine together between AI and blockchain, AI macam otak tadi, AI is the mind, the brain, is a brain of the system, and the blockchain is a memory. Okay, so memory what? Memory yang jujur ataupun honest, because it is in term of transparency is very high. Mana sebenarnya? Next.
Next.
Yeah, I press both already. Okay. So we can see just now that when intelligent meet trust, intelligent is AI. AI is intelligent system, and trust system is terhasil daripada blockchain. So when we have AI, AI is going to learn and predict. But for blockchain, it's going to verify and protect whatever memory, whatever data that we have. So together, when we combine AI and in blockchain, actually, we can call that our system is ethically intelligent. Ethically is from blockchain and intelligent from AI. So if you have kawan yang pandai sangat but tak honest pun, tak bagus kan? So we need both. We want to have that friend that intelligent and also honest. So when we have that combination, that you're going to have a power of conversion intelligence, mean integrity. So actually blockchain can offer a lot and map to the SDG just now that we see, all the 17 SDG that we can combine, support by blockchain technology. Okay, here is about blockchain in inclusive finance. It's very important. Saya rasa bila mana you kenal blockchain pun, you will start blockchain in finance, whereby it is cryptocurrency, right? Kenal Bitcoin, everything is under financials. And thank for Bitcoin, although dia bagi satu yang feedback negative, maybe we kata scammer and so on. But actually because of Bitcoin, blockchain popular. So from blockchain, actually, in terms of finance, there are a lot of things that you can do, especially what we are doing at UTM. We did a blockchain for zakat management. So, I don't know here, is there any zakat? Zakat is like a donor.
We have in Pura called Dana Punya.
Hmm?
Just as same.
Zakat.
Yeah.
Okay. So normally we call it also quite donor, right? Macam
For
derma.
donation.
Yeah. But normally for us, like Pusat Islam akan uruskan in term of zakat distribution. So it's similar. The theory is similar, whereby when you donor something or maybe you derma sesuatu, you actually want to know, because sometimes apa yang you dermakan tidak sampai kepada penerima kan. So actually you want to know where your money goes, kat mana duit you pergi dan sampai kepada siapa, berapa banyak dia dapat. If let's say you dermakan RM100, adakah the participant yang you nak dermakan tu exactly dapat 100 atau berapa yang dia dapat. So that is integrity, transparency that offer by blockchain. So similar to us lah, kalau misalnya ada penderma-penderma dari luar yang want to derma to student as well. So you can see all the information, siapa yang derma, berapa banyak dia derma. Then it's going to be also very trustworthy system. Everyone can see whatever happened in the zakat or donor system. And next, what we have as well, we can see here that in terms of climate change, what blockchain can offer, we have a lot of things in the climate. It's not only in terms of energy, it is also having a climate action. In terms of energy, imagine that maybe you can put in like a panel solar on top of your houses, and then you can as well sell the energy. Kalau ada tenaga tu from dari solar, you akan jual kepada you punya neighbors and so on. But you can monitor it peer-to-peer energy sold and buying between you and also your jiran, tetangga. Okay? And then you can track as well the energy. So it is can be done using a blockchain system, blockchain technology. No need for you to go for a big company, but in terms of bureaucracy between you and all your tetangga as well, it can be done. Okay, AI and blockchain can help in terms of build a smart grid as well in terms of climate change. And it is very important, I guess, in Malaysia already kita dah ada government punya seruan whereby kita nak tukar kepada semua kenderaan hybrid, electric car. Saya dah nampak dekat Indonesia pun a lot of electric car already there kan dekat jalan-jalan. So all of this is for us to help in terms of carbon reduce. Okay, we want to reduce the carbon. And actually, every carbon that we can record in a blockchain ledger. So no more fact report in terms of carbon distributions, and there is no green wasting anymore. Okay, so it's transparent, verifiables, and also global. So with AI, the data can be analyzed. So the data from where? From the blockchain ledger just now. It is trusted data already, and AI can predict, okay, next what happened. Similar what happened to Bali last few weeks, kita ada banjir, right? Flood.
Ya, benar.
Uh,
Lanjut.
so actually from using AI, maybe student-studentnya boleh buat final year project, predict.
Boleh, dokter.
Because ada satu kita naik Grab, dia kata there is no flood. Dah lama kan tak pernah happen banjir di Bali, tiba-tiba banjir. So although there is no banjir before dekat sini, but if you have that intelligent system that can predict earlier, it's very good because sometimes kita tak boleh jangka what happen next. Climax actions happen anyway and we cannot even predict. Okay. So AI and blockchain is a good technology that you can go for in terms of sustainability and as well as for a climate change. Okay, so this is for good governance. Blockchain and AI specifically can help in terms of build of trust in governance, in terms of anti-corruption to public fundings to fair electronic. Might be it's very hard for government to move totally to blockchain because it's very transparent and there is no more corruption. But us, yang bawah-bawah ni as a rakyat, kan, if let's say we support blockchain to be a technology that we can use, so we can push our government to have all transparent system, especially dalam pilihan raya. Sini panggil pilihan raya ke? Election. What is called? Sama pilihan raya.
Pemilu.
Pemilu.
Pemilihan umum. Dokter.
Pemilihan umum. So actually there is some country is already using a blockchain technology for their election. Sometimes kita tak tahu, suddenly I guess semua parti dah pilih sini, parti biru konon. But then yang menangnya, the winning is parti merah. So what happened? Sometimes it's not even trusted dekat dalam sistem pemilihan, election. So if we want to have very good transparency in terms of election system, we can use in terms of blockchain, and AI can predict actually who going to win and so on. So that is prediction based on the data. Okay. So in terms of collaboration, in terms all the Asian nows, Asian want to have a blockchain digital identity. So I guess next Asian meeting at Malaysia, some of agenda might be in terms of digital identity that Malaysia is already have a digital ID. All our I guess semua rakyat kita dah been pushed using digital ID. So it's going to be also discussed with the Asian to be using digital ID in terms of nations. Okay, trust Gimana ni? 100% murni is mentioned. Means murni is asli ya?
Ya, jernih.
Jernih. Okay. Murni is jernih. But do you think that you believe whatever level here? Because everyone can put any level, right? So using blockchain, actually, you can have the supply change, where is the bottle come from, where's the water come from might be dari gunung mana saya tak pasti ni, okay? And then from that gunung, it's going to be transport using trucks or lorry until to the factory, and then all these things will be recorded using a blockchain system. So you can see that, oh, whatever that you are consumed, apa yang you minum, apa yang you makan, is going to be integrated into the blockchain system. So you akan rasa macam, okay, selamat lah, okay, you minum that water, because actually you know dari mana, okay, where is the origin from the water, okay. So that is in terms of supply chain. Now we have here energy. Just now I guess I already touched here in terms of climax, energy consumption, and as well as the climate action. Okay, this is just the landing page for our zakat system at UTM. We're going to deploy it very soon. Now it is just POC, but we want to make sure that all the zakat, or this one is a donor system, macam sistem derma, it's going to be shown to everyone. So all the student at UTM, semua staff at UTM can see actually how much zakat for this month, next month how much previously. So macam student, if let's say they want to apply zakat, nak perlukan bantuan, they can actually apply. Okay, they can actually apply, but they will know their application, how much money will be coming in, how much the contribution, and so on. So it will be very transparent to all. Okay. Okay, this one is in terms of dashboard. You can see that how much the percentage. This one is age. Berapa umur orang bayar zakat. So how many percent we can monitor actually who is the zakat recipient, and then a lot of things actually from which faculty, which particular person as well, we're going to monitor in terms of the zakat payment. Okay, this one is our blockchain explorer. This one is for our drone system. Okay, actually we have a drone blockchain system whereby when we fly our drone, kita akan dapat tahu all the location every second. So kita akan dapat monitor and see the drone safe. Okay, fly safely. Dia terbang selamat. Although might be it's already far away, that the final location also can be detected because it's directly pushed to the blockchain ledger and it cannot be tampered. Kalau admin pun, you all admin yang pandai programming, you cannot even change whatever data already fit in. Kalau you change atau tampered, it's going to be detected because blockchain is using a decentralized platform. Okay, so notes that been tampered, we're going to remove and will be replaced with the actual consensus agreement data from other nodes. So this is some of the example we have here already. 8,032,917 blocks already. But the transition is very few because we just fly the drone when we have exhibition. So it's just looking to the location at the drone, where is the drone is. And we are using a sensor GPS only. So if let's say the drone is flying inside, so we cannot detect the location. So later on, if let's say you want to maybe integrate with our system, maybe you can try to build indoor location tracking as well. Because using Wi-Fi already, you can detect the location and then you can push to the blockchain ledger. Okay, actually, When you can see, we have a brand here. Kita ada Minda, and then we have the trust system from a blockchain. We can combine to have a sustainability, both intelligent and integrity can be support by a combination of integrated AI give the intelligence, blockchain give the integrity. So together, they give us a hope in terms of sustainability worlds. So di sini, I guess I can give you some question for you to think. Because student ni kena fikir, you need to develop something in your future, not only for yourself, bukan saja sebab nak duit. Bina bangunan tinggi-tinggi sebab nak duit. But if you is a good person, let's think what you can build, and then the building is also towards and support sustainability. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay, give applause to the Dr. Nurhaliza. And thank you very much for your speech. Very insightful and inspiring us. And what I note here that your research using the recently booming technology like AI and blockchain. And the idea is combine it is I think really great ideas. And also you mentioned about the use of the blockchain for zakat, and in Bali maybe dana punya, so we can have idea about that. And for the election also, and the supply chains like mineral water. And I think that's very impactful. And now we will go to the discussion session. If you have any question for the participant online in here and or in Zoom meeting, please kindly raise your hand. So give 3% to ask to the keynote speaker. Any question? Ini sudah capek, sudah mengantuk sepertinya. I think the first question may be from me, because no one having question. For the Professor
Yes.
Chen Chung Liu. How are you, Professor? My question is, can we, like in Indonesia, to use your system here, the COSI, maybe we can give the account to the lecture here, or anything support to the education in Indonesia?
Yes. Oh, actually, yeah. This is a very good question. Yeah, we actually are launch a new project to establish collaboration with different countries. So one of the direction is to create mirror site, so that on the cosine in Taiwan will be the center site, but there will be many mirror site because different country have their own educational culture and their own national curriculum. So basically, different country, the students and teachers need different arrangement of the simulations. So, one of our idea is to provide the simulations in Taiwan, but as a mirror site, you could have the freedom to decide what to do with the simulations, or what simulation would you like to promote? What would you like to use the simulation for to support teachers in your country, what to do? For example, you could have some a schedule for presenting the simulation on the top of the on top of the mirror site to that teachers and students in Indonesia, or what should we do now? And according to the national curriculum schedule, you could promote some simulations on the website, or you could create some activities or create some activity system or some testing system or any learning system to combine with the simulations. So this is one of our goal here to create different mirror site in different country with some constraint of intellectual property agreement between the collaborator and our university and National Central University. If we agree that have some consensus of how to use the simulation, we could sign up and then you could create a mirror site of cosine, for example, cosine at Indonesia, so that you could include all the simulation here in Taiwan. But the simulation still located in Taiwan, but you could have your own way to apply this kind of to arrange these simulations and also develop your own systems to use this kind of system and the simulations. Yeah, we are very happy to see if there any collaborator could contact us for the collaboration of the deployment of the simulations. And also we also will be very happy to see if there any scholars, researcher or teacher would like to develop the AI agents for students in Asia, because we have different culture. You have your um, a communal way or a traditional way to teach. So you could have your own way to design the AI agent. We have now uh, the design tool for teachers to design their own AI agents with the simulations. Yeah, this is our we are happy to see if there any to see any collaboration on these two things. Yeah.
Okay, Professor. Is the system support a Indonesian language? Because
Yeah.
maybe the student are not really into English or Mandarin in your system.
Yeah. Now we have a collaborator in Jakarta who help us to translate the English one simulation to Indonesia. So now you could see the cosine system. There is a option Indonesia language options. So you could see, I think you could see it cosine and to look to you could see I could use it.
Oh, okay. Well, so we can use that system with maybe our teacher friend in Indonesia.
Yeah.
And ask them for use that account.
For example,
And
here if you sorry. So here you can see this is in Indonesia, right? All the simulation are translated into
translated.
in Bahasa Indonesia here. So it's quite ready for teachers and students to apply it in for students and teachers in Indonesia. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Professor. It looks like we can use it here. Okay. Any other question? Yes. White one in the back.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Kadek Baktayana. I'm from in Bali. How does blockchain work in recording transaction? Thank you.
So we have a short question for Dr. Nur. The question is how the blockchain record?
How does blockchain work in recording transaction?
A warning notification.
Yes.
Something like that. Ah, okay. How they warn the transaction maybe failed or something weird in the transaction, something like that.
Okay. Punya soalan dia sebenarnya how actually kita nak record transaction. Okay. Actually whatever we transfer, I give example very simple. Bila kita nak transfer duit, okay, if let's say saya nak bagi duit kepada saya punya student, so that is transaction, right? Transaction, crypto or money, whatever things, even fiat money also can be considered as transaction. So when we do transfer now, kita akan pakai bank Indonesia, whatever bank, CIMB, kita ada CIMB, saya tengok juga di sini pun ada CIMB kan. So when we want to transfer, the entity that need to proof of transaction is centralized nowadays. Okay, bank kita yang akan approvekan the transaction. So that is the way how we transfer our money. So bila kita nak bagi duit, yang mengesahkan atau yang membuatkan transaction tu boleh berlaku is the bank sendiri. But using blockchain, it is not about centralized. So we're going to have at least minimum 3 nodes. Okay, kalau kita ada 3 nodes, okay, that's 3 nodes will verify first. Okay, either the transaction, bila saya ada hanya 10 juta rupiah contoh. Okay, saya nak buat transaction duit, but saya ada 10 juta sahaja tapi saya buat transaction 100 juta. So it is actually cannot be done. So how blockchain tengok, it's going to verify the balance of my account. Is it enough or not? If let's say these 3 nodes, we're going to check all the detail about me, all the detail about where I'm going to send the money, duit ke mana account dia. So all these things, they will look whether it is correct or not. Is it okay or not for me to do transaction? Then the transaction can happen. If let's say they check my balance, the account number is not correct and so on, it's going to be revert back. So it's the transaction cannot be happen. So that is how actually blockchain verify or might be accept the transaction. So we need to at least have 3 nodes to accept the transaction to happen. Did I answer your question?
So there will be 3 nodes.
Yeah,
for the-
minimum in
3
blockchain
nodes to the
because we need to have
blockchain.
consensus. Consensus is about at least 51%. If let's say kita ada 2 nodes saja, it cannot be 51%.
70.
So kalau satu node is 100% full authority, right? So second node, 2 node also cannot. But the minimum is 3 nodes so that we can at least get 51% agree that transaction can be done.
Okay. Have any other for Patra? Okay, it's look like he's quite understand about what you're saying. If you want to know about the blockchain, I think you can learn Web3 programming or smart contracts that will make you better understand.
Hello. Okay. Nowadays, I guess no need for you to learn. You can just using AI. There is a lot of ChatGPT, a lot of tools that you can use to create Web3 system or even programming. No need for you to learn anything. You can just give instruction to ChatGPT and they going to give you that programming.
Okay, so now for learning blockchain, no need to understanding about smart contract or just use AI.
Okay, even smart contract, to create smart contract, I give example. If you want to create or develop blockchain using Ethereum, we can just using Remix IDE. It is tool free, and then in the Remix, there is a Remix AI. You can also ask Remix AI if let's say you don't want to use ChatGPT. Remix AI also have already AI tool Then you can ask, okay, can you help me to create a smart contract for agreement between me and my friends? I want to sell something and so on. So it's very easy. Just type whatever you want. They're going to help you in terms of creating the smart contract.
Okay, thank you for insight information, and it's new information for me. So I think I can try that smart contract website, your platform, to develop a blockchain system. So we will go to next question. Yes, in the back.
Okay, test. Okay, thank you for uh, the question. My name is Safares. As I wanna question just one. As we know, the main drawbacks of blockchain for inclusive finance include high implementation and operational costs, scalability and interoperability issues, crypto risk, layered volatility and security risks, regulatory and constraints, and the need for the high digital literacy. This issue can hinder adoption and access for underprivileged groups or those living in remote areas. The speed blockchain's potential foster opinion inclusion. And then question, are there solutions to make blockchain accessible to underprivileged or remote areas?
The question is how the regulation right now is the impact of the use of the blockchain in Indonesia, maybe, or in Malaysia. You can tell us the story. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Sorry, it's not clear the end of your question just now. Actually, the rules and regulation is one of a problem for us as a developer, or might be as person that contribute in blockchain technology, because Malaysia actually we still did not have a proper regulation in this blockchain technology. But in Malaysia, we did already develop blockchain network for government. So we have our Minister of Digital Minister. They already developed a blockchain network. So all the government agency can use that network. So it's going to be free for them. Only that there is certain limitation if they are using that network. Might be they can only using 7 parameters for the smart contract. If let's say they want to have fully transparent explorer, or might be monitoring as well, they did not provide that because there are several limitations. Okay, so it is going to be improved because that is starting, I guess, and I hope in Indonesia I'm not explore more, but I hope that if let's say Indonesia as well is already building or developing your own network for blockchain. Might be before you develop, might be you will look and need to look in terms of size, sensitive. Let's say what happened in Malaysia, we have the digital cert verification for all government agencies. So when we push and publish the cert, it is going to contain their name, their ID. So surat berana, IC semua. So it's not going to be good if let's say it is fully transparent, because actually the theory of blockchain is fully transparent, right? But if let's say you are doing that to all data, it's going to be might be very dangerous, because actually all your sensitive data is there. So in Malaysia, yes, we do have already blockchain network, and it's already running. I guess since early quarter this year already been used by 2 agencies. Now we're going to push a lot of agencies to use that blockchain network. But the rules and regulations still, okay, I guess today is Wednesday, Thursday, today, Thursday. So same date, actually our digital minister as well are doing the workshop for us to get a feedback from all the agencies in Malaysia to create the rules and regulation about blockchain technology.
So the key of the answer is the network. Network, yeah. So Malaysia already has their own network,
Blockchain network, yes.
blockchain network. So it will supporting all of the needs regarding the blockchain in Malaysia.
Yes.
And just this week, you said that Malaysia will have that
Today,
two
actually.
days
This
regulation
week
regarding.
already have one cycle. This is the second cycle for us to grab all the information from agencies about blockchain technology.
Okay. Thank you. So do we have another question? No. Look like they hungry. So I will go to the end of the session, Professor and Dr. Nur. And let's give a big applause again to the keynote speaker. As we come to the end of the keynote session, I would like to extend our deepest appreciation to both our distinguished speaker, Professor Chen Chung Liu from Taiwan,
you.
Dr. Nur Haliza, for sharing their expertise with us today. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I also thank all for the participants for active engagement and attention throughout this session. And let us continue to collaborate and innovate for a better and smarter future. And once again, thank you and enjoy the rest of the third WUICACE International Conference. And I will give back to the Master of Ceremony.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Surya. Before we proceed, we can have a photo session along with certificate presentations by the committee chair. Okay, and we can have one more photo together. Can you move a little bit to this way? No, sorry, to your right. Yeah, so we can, yeah, the professor, yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's give another round of applause for our keynote speakers and moderator for this session. For keynote speakers and moderator, you may please be seated.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this ends our series of keynote presentations. Can we all give another big round of applause for all of the keynote speakers that we have had both on day 1 and day 2 for their contribution to the conference? On behalf of the Faculty of Engineering and Planning, Universitas Warmadewa and committee, we would like to give our deepest gratitude. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we will proceed with lunch. For today, lunch will be available on this floor, so you don't have to go down to the 3rd floor, located outside. And after lunch, we will go directly to our second series of parallel sessions located in each designated rooms, still on the 4th floor of this building. And after each parallel session, we would like to kindly invite all participants back to this room for the closing ceremony and presentation for Best Paper and Best Presenter. Thank you. You may kindly leave the room and enjoy lunch. 7, we have Andrian Putra Arifin. Are you here? Okay, can you please come up to the stage? Room 8, we have Carmelo Zapanta Jr. Are you here? Okay, please come up to the stage. Room 9, we have Ngakan Ketut Aswin Dwijendra, which I think was joining online, so I don't think online, right? Yeah, okay. So room 10, we have Putri Herlia Pramitasari. And room 11, we have Cecilia Srikanti Wijaya Putri. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Can you please move a little bit to the middle of the stage? Thank you. Now we will announce the best paper from each category. For best paper in the general category in civil engineering, we have Diajeng Sekar Shaliha. For best paper in the student category in civil engineering, we have Putu Eliora Yariana. Best paper in the general category in architecture, we have Ngakan Ketut Aswin Dwijendra. And for the student category in architecture, we have Cecilia Srikanti Wijaya Putri. Best paper in the general category in computer engineering, we have Tony D. Granado. Oh, you're here. Okay, please move to the stage. And in the student category for computer engineering, we have Inyoman Putra Mahardika. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, please give another big round of applause for the best presenters and best paper. We would like to kindly invite the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering to the stage as well to present the certificates along with the committee chair. Please give another big round of applause for the awardees. We will have a group photo. Okay, thank you very much. You may leave the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that all certificates for presenters will be sent directly via email, and photo documentation will be sent via download link in the participants' WhatsApp group. Now we have come to the end of Warmadewa University International Conference on Architecture, Civil Engineering, and Environmental Engineering 2025. Lastly, we sincerely thank all keynote speakers, moderators, presenters, and participants for making this conference a success, not forgetting the support and contribution from our sponsors, SunPower Ceramics, Lab Technique Sipil, Copy Paste, Phoenix Construction, and PT Cakrawala Indah International. We will see you all again at the next Warmadewa University International Conference on Architecture, Civil, and Environmental Engineering. Have a great day and goodbye. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So for those, we will have another photo session with everyone in the room, and we can all go on the stage. Panitia juga. Okay, everyone can come, presenters as well. We will have a big group photo session. Okay, on my mark. Ready? 1, 2, 3. And maybe we can do the Warmadewa pose. 1, 2, 3. Sekarang pose bebas. 1, 2, 3. Oke, terima kasih semua.
脳の気分を落書きしてた二人の愛は途切れ途切れてでもサイレンスも悪くない少し甘くて少し苦くてカフェラテみたいな毎日笑ったりそねたりしながら時は流れてく We're walking through this hazy light, not perfect, but it feels so right. どんな色の一日も二人でシェアしてたい。緩やかに響く Heartbeat 曖昧でも大丈夫。小さな愛が積み重なるように目のここに眠気誘われふとあなたの肩に寄りかかる弦の針は気まぐれだけど一緒なら許せるよNo drama, just quiet nights. Little tears and little smiles. Sketching love with broken lines. But it's ours, it's fine. It shines. We're walking through this hazy light. Not perfect, but it feels so right. 駆けてても、揺れてても、明日へ続いてく。緩やかに響く Heartbeat 曖昧でも大丈夫小さな愛が積み重なるように森ガラスに残した指跡消えてもまだ描こう二人の毎日をおはようカーテン越しのライト今日もまた始まる二人だけのカレンダー一日目は小さなメモまた会いたいって書いてた二日目には電話越しの眠そうな声で Good night 三日目の空は少し雨四日目には喧嘩してでもすぐに笑ったそんな風に積もってく線の日々を越えて Still we're side by side ページをめくるように二人は続いてく For any days that turn off your eyes に映る未来それが私たちのラブソング100日目のアルバムには笑いじわが増えていて 500日目の夜空には星座をつなげて眠った Day by day, hand in hand, ups and downs, still we stand. No rush, no wind. ただ drift, 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 千里姫の朝も笑ってでも日々を超えて still we're side by side 無駄の余白には新しい夢を描こう Ordinary days and I love your voice に染まる未来
Saat kita bercerita Iya, selalu abaikan semua yang ditulis kita ternyata semua bertumbuh pada dirinya. Segenap cinta yang kau berikan akan hilang di telanjang. Kau yang terbaik, memori baik. Melangkah berat pilihan yang kau punya. Kami di sini kirim rindu yang sama. Semoga jalannya segenap cinta yang kau
Tes. Halo, halo, halo. Halo, 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 perhatian semua. Jadi terima kasih banyak untuk adik-adik panitia yang sudah membantu acara WUICACE ini. Ya. Kemudian terima kasih kepada teman-teman panitia, mungkin sebagian udah turun ke bawah. Ya. Jadi terima kasih banyak. Mungkin ke depannya kami juga akan minta bantuan kalian. Ya. Oke, terima kasih banyak. Jadi untuk hari ini kita sudah selesai. Jadi silahkan mungkin barang-barangnya atau hal lainnya dibereskan ya, biar nggak ada yang ketinggalan ya. Oke ya.